All right. Welcome to the live election show from the Liberty Loft. I'm Jared Dyson, Eric Wright. Glad you're with us. We're excited to be here, be coming to you live. We're coming up. There's a lot of polls closing as we speak. There's a couple that have already closed. There's a couple of races you'll see that have already been called. We'll talk a little bit about those. I think it's a little premature on a couple of them at the moment. We don't have enough data, but Eric, glad to be with you. Glad you could join us, and we've got some great guests going to be joining us tonight also.
Absolutely glad to be here. I told my wife, and she absolutely loves Christmas. I told her, I said, I think it's kind of sacrilegious to say this is my Christmas come early, but this is my Christmas come early. I thoroughly enjoy this, always have, and I think I'm not alone in saying this, but no other election, I think, and I know we say this every 4 years, hey, this is going to be a presidential race like none other. But I can honestly say in my lifetime, this is a presidential race like no other. So I'm looking forward to the results. I feel comfortable. I feel cautiously optimistic. But I honestly believe that Trump's got this, and it's his to lose, not the other way around. So glad to be here on these results.
Certainly. So let's talk about a couple quick. So you're going to hear us talk a lot about other news outlets, what they've already called, what they haven't called. We have the same data here that we're looking at and looking at the county by county results and really watching some states closely. Obviously, our home state of North Carolina is a battleground state, so we're really watching that race. Polls in North Carolina just closed. And so one thing that we will tell you is very quickly and very early in this, you're going to see a lot of absentee ballots drop in North Carolina. They've been counting those ballots for the past 30 days, roughly. So we're going to see a lot of Democrat votes pop in early in North Carolina, so we expect that to transition. Looking at Fox News currently, they've already called Kentucky and West Virginia for Trump, Virginia and Vermont for Biden. I'm a little hesitant on Virginia at the moment. I do believe Biden will probably carry the state of Virginia. I just don't think there's enough data there yet to call that. I feel very confident with the exit polls that we're seeing in West Virginia, the exit polling we're seeing in Kentucky. I do believe we're safe calling those two. But Eric, as you and I talked earlier, the states to watch on the East Coast, we think we'll have a good idea about probably 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida, they're almost must-win states for Trump.
They are. I think the Biden campaign is really leaning towards the inner city vote there in the state of Georgia. Not since 1992, just like every other media outlet's reporting, not since 92 in President Clinton has a Democrat carried the state of Georgia. I really think that they were leaning on local celebrities, if you will, Stacey Abrams for one, to help carry that state. I don't see that happening. I know that Donald Trump didn't carry that by a large margin back in 2016, but I really feel comfortable with the fact that he will carry the state of Virginia. North Carolina, I am proud to say is going to be a who's who in this election. I feel very comfortable with the fact that Trump will be able to push that out, even despite the fact that the Trump campaign lost that battle with the Supreme Court. With both Pennsylvania and North Carolina being allowed to extend those votes past the election day, particularly in the absentee. But from our connections that we've got here in the home state of North Carolina, both you and I have been told North Carolina should be able to be called. Hopefully we should have that information by 9 o'clock. And that's Eastern Standard Time. So we should have a pretty good idea on where we stand. I'm more hopeful to hear how the Central Time is going to go. Those battleground states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota. I think both you and I agree the fact that Trump's got to carry one of those. I do like Trump's chances in Ohio. I do also like his chances in Pennsylvania. But I do believe he's got to carry one of those three. Doesn't matter which three they are. But he's got to carry at least one of those three. So I think by 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we should have a pretty good idea and be able to report out that Trump's done very well in those states.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing I will say, just for some of the others, one of the other races we're watching really close, obviously, is the Senate. We both have shared multiple times writings and podcasts. We really feel like that the Senate may be the most important thing for Republicans this year. While we do believe that President Trump is important, we're not arguing the point. The presidency is important, but we really do believe that we've got to hold the Senate for Republicans. So 1% reporting right now, Lindsey Graham is up 68% to 28% over Jamie Harrison. So I'm really interested. That's one race that I'm really watching. Another race that I'm really watching closely is in North Carolina. I'm really watching close the Tom Tillis race. I really want to see how Tillis does. Obviously, we have the scandal for Cal Cunningham that's come out. We know that there's been a lot of conversation about that. I do believe that Cal Cunningham is probably going to fade in this. Recent polls showed Tom Tillis up by 2% in North Carolina. But those are two big races that I'm really watching closely. And I think there's a couple of really good House races to watch. We were talking about one, North Carolina District 1 with Sandy Smith against G.K. Butterfield. I think that's a really good race to watch. Butterfield's very much an entrenched Democrat, so I'm really interested to see how Sandy Smith, a newcomer to the Republican Party, does there. Great friend of ours here at the Liberty Loft as well. So lots of great races
and
to watch.
I think that if I might interject there, I think that will be a really good bellwether for how the Republicans actually hold their ground there in the House or pick up some seats. Butterfield is one of those Nancy Pelosi plucked individuals, very close with Pelosi and other members of the radical left. So I think if Sandy Smith can pull that off, then that's a good indication for the Republicans, particularly in the House.
Completely agree. So we'll switch over. I'll kind of we do have our election map that we're going to show you throughout the night. I'm gonna go ahead and put this up on the screen and let you see sort of where we're at the moment. Like I said, we're not at a point where we feel comfortable calling a lot of races, but you can see we're using 270 to win to monitor these election results. And so we feel very confident with Kentucky and West Virginia at the moment. Vermont, not, I don't think there was any question in Vermont. And in fact, I mean, we really probably could go through and fill out New York, probably even Massachusetts and such. So we just want to start seeing some of that data to come back, and we'll definitely call those. You'll see Fox News has already called again, Virginia for Biden. I don't feel quite comfortable doing that just yet. There is some interesting data right around the DC area that is showing that is showing President Trump is performing well just outside of DC, and that actually is surprising to me.
It is, and when you were up in the Northeast, the Trump campaign, and Eric Trump was mentioning this morning on Fox News. They feel that they've got a really good shot in New Hampshire, which is kind of strange. I mean, they're completely surrounded by liberal blue up there, but they feel very, very strong that they can pick up at least two, if not all four of those electoral votes there. And that would be huge for him to walk away, at least with two of those. But if he got four, that would be a very nice surprise and big win for Trump up there in the Northeast.
Yeah, and one thing I think it's really good to call out. A lot of people are going to watch Fox News and they're going to watch CNN. CNN obviously is championing Biden. We know that there's certain races that are critical. We said it at the beginning. Pennsylvania, we feel is absolutely critical. North Carolina, Florida. We feel like that some of those other states, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, are critical to Trump as well. So I'm looking at the Fox News page at the moment. They've got Florida and Georgia shaded blue. I think it's too early to even consider talking about those being blue at the moment.
And they don't even have the panhandle, because Florida is one of those very interesting states where they're in two different time zones. So, of course, they've got the East Coast, even including Miami-Dade County, but they do not have the panhandle. And I don't have to tell you, that is definitely Trump country. And Democrats know that. So I know that Fox News and a couple other outlets are reporting 1.5%, almost 2% down for Trump on the state popular vote. But again, that's not including Tallahassee and all the way westward, including all the panhandle counties there. That's a big deal for Trump and the actual count there.
It is. And the other thing that I think is really interesting that you've got to watch out of Florida, Trump has made a lot of inroads into the Latino vote in Florida. And I think it's really going to be interesting. You know, Miami-Dade County is typically very Democratic, but we know the majority of the voters there in that area, Broward County, Miami-Dade, tend to go to the Democratic side. So I think we've got to really pay attention to what happens there. While it's probably not enough to transition those counties red, but is it enough to really push Trump over the mark in Florida and turn the state red at a much higher level than even in 2016?
and just got a flash up there. They were looking at the data coming in from Fulton County, which is there in the heart of Atlanta, and Trump is up 20 percentage points on Biden there in Fulton County. That is a huge telltale sign. If for whatever reason Biden cannot pull out a win in Fulton County, he doesn't win the state of Georgia. I'll go ahead and say that. You can take that to the bank.
Completely agree. I wouldn't disagree at all. So again, as we go through the night, we're going to be monitoring a lot. We've got multiple screens on both sides that we're pulling up, monitoring things. We've got news breaks they're coming up on our phones. We'll keep you apprised of everything as it's happening. Some of the things that we're excited about tonight to share with you. We've got several guests that'll be joining us throughout the night, provided everything continues to work out well and go well tonight. So we do have the Urban Conservative podcast. They're out of New York and Charlotte, one of their two brothers. They're going to be joining us a little bit later. Seth will be joining us from the Liberty Loft as well in a little bit. And then we also have a special guest from out in California that'll be joining us a little bit later in the evening as well. So really excited about that. We've got a bunch more that could be joining. Those are the ones that have confirmed at the moment. So we're excited about that. Wherever you may be watching, know that you can talk with us live. You can ask us questions and chat with us. So if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, or Twitch, if you enter a comment, it will pop up. We're happy to put that up on the screen. You've probably seen some of those already. We're happy to take your questions and answer and talk about anything that you may want to talk about or that you want to ask. Again, as we're getting started, we should start seeing some of these poll data or from some of these battleground states coming in. North Carolina polls just recently closed. So we're watching over the next 30 minutes or so. We'll be watching for North Carolina data to come in. We're really watching close Pennsylvania and Florida. Again, you're going to see a lot of mainstream news outlets. They're going to jump. I just saw Fox News has shaded Ohio blue. And some of these are trending back and forth. Georgia just a few moments ago was shaded blue. Now it's shaded red. So don't fall into the trap of the colors. Again, we'll share with you kind of what we feel comfortable calling and sharing with you the information that we have, but we're not going to prematurely call something just because Fox News or CNN or anyone calls it. They should have learned that lesson in 2016. There's a lot of votes to be counted.
Yeah. And I know that you voted early, given the restraints of your career, but I actually went and voted first thing this morning with my wife. And one thing I want to bring back, particularly here in North Carolina, and I'm sure it's probably no different than in any other state, North Carolina got rid of straight ticket voting, which I think is a great idea. But I've never seen such separation, probably in any election I've ever voted in. And I've always made sure to vote. But I really think this was a grassroots movement. No matter who was on the ballot, whether there was a local county commissioner that you were voting for in favor of, a state house representative, all the way up to governor, senator, house member, or all the way up to United States president. It was a grassroots movement. I think it was a referendum. And I think that this whole COVID-19, particularly on the state restrictions here in North Carolina, for example, you and I understand that our state's been absolutely brutalized on the executive level. The executive orders that our Governor Cooper has placed upon us has been just devastating for small businesses. And I think a lot of that will play a part in how people cast their ballots, all the way up to who they cast their ballot for on the presidential level. And so I'm excited to see those results. But I really think when people were saying the fact that it's going to be a red wave, I honestly believe that. People are sick and tired of being sick and tired. They're sick and tired of being scared and living in fear. And I think that the Democrats are going to get a really good taste on just how sick and tired the American people are. I look forward to it.
Yeah. So I'll share with the people that are watching. I want to share a little bit what we're talking about with the Fox News website. So what we're talking about when we're talking about Fox News, you can see here on this map what we're talking about with Fox News. So you can see that Ohio is shaded blue. You can see that Georgia is now shaded blue. Florida is shaded blue. One of the things that we really have to pay attention to in these elections is the county by counties. And I think that a lot of times we think back to Karl Rove. We think back several elections ago where Karl Rove was counting, I think he was almost counting ballots himself in county races. So when you think about that, for example, if I click here and zoom in on Ohio, it was shaded blue on the main screen. But we look here, you get up around.
kind of interject
Yeah,
this
go
real
ahead.
quick? They just called Mitch McConnell to be the winner over McGrath in Kentucky. That is huge. That is definitely a Senate race that the Democrats really thought that they could pick up, but he's got her up by almost 20 percentage points. That's a huge, huge win for the Republicans. They
And
really thought they stood a shot there.
no, you're exactly right. And I think one of the things you have to realize there is that was one the Democrats poured tons of money in, just
They
like they
did.
did in South Carolina. They were banking on winning that seat. So for them
Yep.
to fail and win that in winning that seat, that is great for the Republicans potentially holding the power in the Senate.
It is.
That's the kind of momentum we want to see here on the election night. That's what we want to see moving forward. So going back to what I was saying here, if you look very closely at Ohio, obviously Fox News has got it shaded blue. You can see some of the results here on the screen. But you get up here, you get around Cleveland. These are the areas that we know that are going to tend to go more Democratic. And you can see the blue. I mean, obviously Biden is very much favored in and around Cleveland. We've picked Cuyahoga County and Medina County, Summit. Those are going to go most likely for Biden. But you get down here into some of these, the Wayne County, the Holmes County, some of these more rural counties that we're familiar with, that's where Trump is really going to make up, and that's what we're watching. You also heard me talking about Virginia. So they're already claiming Virginia. I want you to look at this map here. Look at the shades of red where votes are already coming back in the state of Virginia. Again, we're watching up here around Fairfax County, around D.C. That is where we know that Biden is going to perform well. He's going to perform well around Richmond. He's going to perform a little bit stronger in Roanoke, not quite as strong as in Richmond or D.C. But this is where we're talking about that we really have to watch and really have to pay attention. And then North Carolina results, as we said, are starting to come in. As we zoom in, you get here, Wake County is the big one here in North Carolina. That's where Raleigh is at. There's three real areas in North Carolina you have to watch the vote. You're going to have to watch it in Wake County, Guilford County, and Mecklenburg County. Those three counties hold just so much of the population of the state and are very much Democratic strongholds. So those are counties you're going to see us watching very closely throughout the night. If you want to know what we're watching for, that's what we're looking for.
And when you were there in North Carolina, one of the counties that's in and around the Raleigh area, that's Durham County. I'm actually feeling pretty good. And I know we don't have a whole lot of reporting just in there, but if Trump can maintain anywhere close to that 40% or above, that's actually very, very positive for him. Durham County is no different, really, and as far as makeup as Wake County is. Forsyth County is the exact same way. Mecklenburg County, Guilford County, and Buncombe County in North Carolina. They're all, for the most part, the same makeup. In any presidential race, President Trump won 90 out of 100 counties in the state of North Carolina. But I'm very interested to see if he can maintain close to that 40% mark. That's a very, very good sign for him in the state of North Carolina.
No, I would completely agree. So I think these are a lot of good things that we're seeing here coming back from the different spots. And we've talked a lot about this on the podcast and different things, that we really feel like that President Trump has a really good chance to win. There's a very clear path to victory for President Trump this election. That's not a problem. The key is, where exactly does he find that win? Where exactly does he find those votes that he needs to win the presidency? And I also shared this recently in a show that I really do feel like this election is going to be closer than in 2016. I do believe President Trump wins, but I believe he probably only wins by a very small electoral college vote. Eric, I'd love for you to share your thoughts as we're sitting here looking at some more of these numbers coming in.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to interject is how COVID is really going to change the electoral map. And the reason why I make mention of that is most colleges and universities have been shut down in one capacity or another. And no one's really talked about that on any platform. It doesn't matter if it's Fox News, MSNBC, or CNN, and how that's really going to change how these ballots are going to be counted and what these results are going to look like. Traditionally, in and around big metropolitan areas with huge university presence, it's easy for the electoral map to be calculated. It's easy for the who's who to be able to calculate and say, oh, okay, well, if we're in New York City, or if we're in Chicago, if we're in Austin, Texas, we're able to assimilate the fact that it's probably going to be a 70% for Biden and 30% for Trump. Well, with a lot of these individuals not being enrolled in college or universities right now, how is that going to change? And is that going to have any influence in any way, shape, or form on the results? I'll be interested in seeing if it does. I do believe that it will, but I'm just interested in seeing if that has any bearing whatsoever. As far as the path to victory for Trump, I was actually playing around with the numbers a little bit. I think he could very easily win this with 271, and the cutoff being 270. And that is taking into account that he could, in fact, lose Arizona. He's got to ensure that he picks up Florida. I know that the Democrats are really hitting hard and stating the fact that Joe Biden's going to carry the state of Florida. He has struggled. Members of his own campaign has also made mention that he has struggled to secure the African American vote, that he's also struggled to pick up the Latino vote. And in a state like Florida, you got to have both, but particularly you've got to be able to solidify the Latino vote. And that's something that he's not been able to do. Shades of Hillary Clinton. In 2016, she was unable to secure that as well, let alone the African Americans. But if you cannot solidify the Latino vote in a state such as Florida, you're doomed. So if he's able to pick up Florida, I think he's great. I do believe that he will be able to pick up the state of Ohio, the state of Pennsylvania. And then he only needs one of the magical three. And that's what I'm going to classify them as, is the magical three. Central time, we should be able to know no later than 10 o'clock. He's got to be able to pick up one of either Michigan, Wisconsin, or Minnesota. He doesn't have to have all three, just one. And as long as he picks up one of those and solidifies Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, pack it up, it's done. And he can forget about trying to turn Nevada and Arizona. It is what it is. It's over and done with.
So I pulled up Florida. We know that a lot of results are coming in out of Florida already. You can look at some of these and see where the results are already at. Trump easily won some of these Gulf Coast counties, which we knew would happen. Up and around Jacksonville, very much a Republican area. He definitely handily carried those areas. So we talked a little bit about Miami-Dade County. It's actually closer here than I actually expected initially in these early results. We know that some of these are going to be those absentee ballots that are reporting out in a lot of locations. For the fact that he's sitting here at 53 or 54 to 45, that's a very good thing for Trump when you're looking at that. Broward County, he's doing just a little bit worse, 40% in, 66 to 33. Palm Beach County, 58 to 41. So giving you a little insight into Florida, roughly 40 to 45% in, and some of those. Miami-Dade is the one that'll lag a little bit further behind in getting that information out. But however, you see a lot of these counties here that are in the central part of the state of Florida. Those are Republican counties, so he's going to pick up a lot of votes in this area. So it's still too early to call in the state of Florida, even though they've shaded it blue here. Still too early to call in Florida.
And moving over to the state of Indiana, I shared this with you before we went live, and I know it's been on a couple of different outlets as well. But for those of you who don't know, there's one very particular county in the state of Indiana that has been able to successfully predict on both Democrat and Republican presidential races since 1892. And that is Vigo County. That is home of Terre Haute, Indiana. And the reports are that no matter which way that goes, if it goes Democratic, Biden wins, if you believe in traditionalism, in conspiracy, if you will. But since 1892, whoever wins Vigo County, Indiana, also wins the presidency. So I've got that up on my map. Right now, it's 0-0 with 0% reporting, but I'm going to buy into that. I think the chances are good. If it's worked since 1892, it works for me. So, but again, this is 2020. Anything's on the table. We'll see how that goes. But I'm very interested to see how Vigo County goes.
And we've definitely seen a lot of interesting things talking about how these report out and the different things. There was the story that the different news outlets ran with about the cookies out of Pennsylvania correctly predicting the presidential winner. And they said Trump was handedly winning that area. So I think that is a good sign for Pennsylvania. I don't know that it's going to be necessarily a Trump wave, as so to speak, across the country where he wins, 350 plus electoral college votes, as some have suggested. But I do think it is a really good sign for Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. I think that he really needs a strong showing there, and some of those key details are important. Again, we both have said this, and we convey this message back to you. We do not see a path to victory for President Trump where he does not carry North Carolina, Florida, and probably Pennsylvania. We feel like that is a key state for Trump. Now, some of the things that we want to point out of Pennsylvania, we've talked about this a little bit on the other podcasts and in some of our articles. In recent days, Republican voter registration has increased in Pennsylvania. Republican early voting numbers were very strong in the state of Pennsylvania. So I think, and then plus President Trump won the state of Pennsylvania 4 years ago. So we feel like these are some great signs for President Trump. He's had a great showing in his rallies and his events that he's held in Pennsylvania. Obviously, Joe Biden could pack all of his attendees in a compact car. So we know that President Trump has some excitement. We know that he has a following in the state of Pennsylvania. We're really excited to see some of those results as they start coming in.
Well, I think what was a cautionary tale for the Biden campaign is just how many people have yet to cast their ballot in the state of Pennsylvania. Even by the admission of their own campaign, looking at the African American vote, nearly 75% of African Americans in the state of Pennsylvania have yet to cast their ballot. So, of course, they were waiting until Election Day. And Joe Biden didn't do himself any favors in any way, shape, or form, particularly when he reneged several times on his statements concerning the oil and gas industry and obviously fracking. That is a huge deal in the state of Pennsylvania. All you have to do is pull up Joe Biden's record for the last 47 years, and he's done absolutely nothing for the residents of the state of Pennsylvania, which he claims is his home state and his allegiance, but none of that none of that is true. But particularly in this race, he has flip-flopped. He has point-blank and blatantly lied to the American people, particularly the residents and citizens of the state of Pennsylvania, and stating the fact that he's not going to do away with fracking when indeed he has said on numerous occasions that is his plan. So I think the people of the state of Pennsylvania were very smart in not casting their ballot early and waited to see just how much he was going to stumble. And, of course, he did. And I think that's not going to pan out very well for him tonight.
So we were talking about Miami-Dade County. So I've went to the Miami-Dade County Board of Elections. Roughly 25% are reporting, but I want to give you some insight into what we're seeing in Miami-Dade County. And I think this is a good thing for the state of Florida. So currently, again, 25% roughly reporting. President Trump is showing down by about 80,000 votes roughly in that countywide election. However, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, which is a very popular Democrat, she's been a prominent Democrat for quite some time, running for Congress there. She has got a very slim margin in her race. That is an interesting one to watch. Republicans in District 26, District 27, state senators, District 39, District 103, District 105, 110, 111, all Republicans, all holding leads on their Democratic challengers in a very heavily Democratic county. So that is a good sign for Republicans. They're reporting they had about a 67% voter turnout out of that county, and they're still reporting results. So I just want to share a little bit coming out of Miami-Dade County. That is an interesting one to watch.
And I'm pulling back up the information in Fulton County, and Trump is over 50% of the vote already been reported there in Fulton County. I think that is huge. If that momentum continues, granted, he is behind in Rockdale, he's behind in Clayton, he's behind in DeKalb, he's behind in Cobb, and that's fine. We can live with that. But again, for Donald Trump to be able to get 50% of the vote in Fulton County so far with what's being reported, that is huge. That's huge for the Trump campaign there and solidifying Georgia.
It is. So as it stands right now with some of the reporting, just to give you an idea, roughly they're reporting right around 75 to 80% of the state of Florida has reported in. Again, some of those the larger Democratic held areas. State of Georgia is roughly around 10 to 15%. South Carolina is finally starting to report. North Carolina has just dropped their first bit of data, which shows President Trump with 70% of the vote. Again, I told you right as we went live that the first bit of data that dropped in the state of North Carolina was going to be a potential advantage for Joe Biden because it was going to be a lot of absentee votes. So President Trump holding that advantage in that first data drop, that's actually a good thing. We're still seeing over in the state of Virginia, We're still seeing about 18% reporting. However, President Trump's leading there at the current data points. But we do show that Ohio has shifted very strongly with some of the reporting over to Joe Biden. And again, a lot of that comes back from those counties in and around Cleveland are starting to drop their results. They've not started all of their reporting yet. You also have some counties right around Columbus that are starting to put out their results. So they have swayed the leaning of the vote right now in Ohio over to Joe Biden, but I don't expect that to hold because there's a lot of rural counties still to report.
And we are less than 60 seconds for the rest of Florida to come in. Just the up-to-date information, over 80% in, and it is close 2/10. Donald Trump leading Joe Biden. That is huge. We've got to be able to calculate all those votes coming in from the Panhandle. The military installations and bases there as well. That should obviously go to Donald Trump overwhelmingly. So let's see now that the rest of the state of Florida is getting ready to close here right now. We'll see how that goes, but I feel comfortable that Trump should be able to build on that lead a little bit.
Yep. So we'll go ahead and announce the Fox News is going to go ahead and call the race for Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, and Oklahoma, all for President Trump. That's based on their exit polling data that they have. Now, that is the one thing we do not have all of that data. We have the election result data that's coming in. So we are relying on some of our partners like Fox News for some of this election or this poll data that they've got as people are coming out. That's a very strong showing for President Trump. I know that that's also a great sign down in Alabama. So obviously there's a great Senate race down in Alabama for Doug Jones and Tommy Tuberville. And that's one that we were also watching as well. So it's very good that President Trump is going to have a strong showing in Alabama. That should bode well for that Senate race there as well.
And I'm interested to see what the African-American turnout is there in Missouri. In and around St. Louis. I think that would be a very good indication on how the African-American vote is. You know, Missouri's always been in the headlines, particularly with the BLM movement, things of that nature. I'd be interested in knowing just what the margin is there in and around St. Louis. I think that would be a huge telltale sign as well.
Yeah, and so we will. I will go ahead and go back. So Fox News is also giving several Senate seats out and calling several key Senate races. They're actually expecting a split in Georgia. That's going to be interesting to see how that race pans out in that particular setting. They're still calling the race for Alabama, for South Carolina, too close to call. However, some of the information that we're getting back out of the South Carolina election results, Lindsey Graham is performing very well. That was a seat that the Democrats felt like they could flip. So that is one that we're watching. Another one that's going to be an interesting one is Texas. They've got and I'm trying to find the information. There was a Texas race, and they actually have it favoring the Democrat at the moment. So I'm trying to pull some of that. That's the race for John Cornyn. I don't believe all the data's come back there. It's very, very close. They have it just slightly shaded to the blue. 16% reporting, and he is roughly down 75,000 votes.
And President Trump is doing exactly what he needs to do here. There were the two sections of the country that they referred to, the Sun Belt and the Rust Belt. He needs to maintain that strong hold there. I feel comfortable with being able to shore up Louisiana and Arkansas here before long. Texas, again, I believe the Democrats really thought that they've got a really good chance there in the state of Texas. I don't see that. Of course, both you and I know El Paso, they're in the Austin area, given the student population in and around Austin. They're really leaning hard on that. But he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He's showing extremely well in the southern states, and I feel comfortable with that.
So I seen a comment come up just a minute ago talking about Trump winning South Carolina. I was actually just looking at the data coming out of South Carolina. The places that we would expect Biden to perform well, he is, with just a few percentage points reporting out of Charleston County. Biden is ahead there. Also looking in and around Columbia, Biden is ahead there. The rest of the state is pretty much red. I really feel confident that Biden is going to pull out in South Carolina. Waiting on just a little bit more data before you see us call that here. But it does look very good for Republicans in the state of South Carolina.
And something that we discussed, the amount of money, and I mentioned it on my podcast that came out this morning, the amount of money that Pelosi and the DNC really pushed into the state of South Carolina for that Jamie Harrison race against incumbent Lindsey Graham. They would love nothing more than to have unseated Mitch McConnell there in Kentucky. Obviously, they flopped and failed on that one, but they spent $57 million in the last quarter to get Jamie Harrison elected. And I did some rough math. There's a little over 5.3 million residents in the state of South Carolina, and given some rough math, at $57 million in the last quarter, they could have given $11,000 to every man, woman, and child in the state of South Carolina, which equates to $11,000 a year for education in the state of South Carolina. That's how much money that the Democrats have spent trying to unseat Lindsey Graham there. And of course, that goes completely against everything they say about Republicans being all about big money, big donors. When you spend $57,000 in 3 months, that's insane. So.
Yeah, so I'm updating our map a little bit. So there are some new polls that are coming out. I'm looking at just a few of the numbers just so we can give you a little bit better sight of what we're kind of seeing, what we're kind of expecting here. Again, I still don't feel confident enough to call South Carolina, Georgia, Florida yet. I still want to see some more data, but let me give me just a second. I'll have our map pulled up here. I will show you kind of what I'm seeing, what I really feel like is a pretty safe bet at the moment. So here you can see our current map. We've got Joe Biden with 59 votes in Electoral College, Donald Trump with 45. Again, Fox News is calling Tennessee, so that's where you're going to see a little bit of a discrepancy on ours. I really feel like we'll be able to call Tennessee. They're already calling Virginia for Joe Biden, so that's probably our next one that we'll look at. I'm looking at some data there, but I think South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, and as well as North Carolina, will be soon. I don't feel like that we'll be waiting too long for that.
In the
so
state
just
of
to give
Florida,
you a quick update.
In the state of Florida, they've got 83% of the vote in, and the only votes that are not in are in the Panhandle. If Donald Trump is up 0.7% in all of Broward County, Miami-Dade County, if all of those counties are reporting and the only votes still yet to be brought in are on the Panhandle, Trump will win the state of Florida.
Yeah, I would agree. So I know I'm seeing some more comments talking about calling for South Carolina. I do believe we're going to be doing that very, very shortly, calling that. So I want to welcome our first guest. Shared a little bit earlier, we were going to have guests joining us from the Urban Conservative podcast. So we'll pull him in here and add him to the show. And we'll talk a little bit as we're looking through some data. Just want to bring you in and there you go. Perfect. I was going to ask you to unmute yourself. So thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate you coming out and joining.
Absolutely. Good evening, gentlemen. God bless. Hope everybody's good. How's everything?
Great.
Doing well.
Glad to have you on board.
So tell us a little bit about what you're thinking so far from what you're seeing in your perspective.
Well, I'll first say thank you guys for extending the invite for us to come on. Ali's hosting an event in North Carolina right now, so he may pop in. But I want to give a big shout out to everybody out in the state of North Carolina, and also I have to shout out all of our Board of Election workers who are out there dealing with some absolute nonsense. My wife works at the Board of Elections, and she's been since early voting. And absolutely crazy out there. Sorry about that. Ali called in. It's been crazy out there. So yeah. I mean, from what we can see, there's been a lot of support for the president. But it's still, again, it's a little too early to call. It's just been mayhem though. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
It is, and I think he's doing well in states that he needed to do well in. You and I've talked about that a little bit in the past, and I know Eric and I have talked about that as well. We really feel like he needs to run the complete Deep South. I think Florida included. He needs to run all of the South. It's really going to be an interesting look. The only state that may escape that is Virginia, as it appears now. But he needs the key states, these Pennsylvania. He really needs Ohio. He really needs a Wisconsin or a Michigan. Where do you think his path to victory lies, in your opinion?
Well, Pennsylvania is a very important state, and I think if he can do well there, and the states you just mentioned, obviously, but if he can, if the crowds and the support is any indication of what we're going to see this evening, I think he's in a good situation. I've been seeing some negative polling, but we've seen that in 2016 as well. We've kind of seen the same kind of thing. So I think his path lies to, definitely within the states that you mentioned, but I think we're going to see unprecedented support from the Black and Brown and Latino communities. I think we're going to see a overwhelming amount of support, or at a minimum, way more support than any other president. I'm gonna venture to say other than Barack Obama. I think Trump gets a humongous percentage, or at least a ridiculous increase in the support from the Black and Brown communities.
And that's key for him. That's really the demographic that he needs. We know that. We also know, and we talked about this when I was on your podcast some time ago. We talked about that President Trump has really made great inroads with minorities. He's really done a lot. And while the left would like to continue to say that he has not done anything for these the Black and Brown communities and the Black Lives Matters and such, he has really done a lot for them. He's really made a lot of great strides there. He's not the racist that they claim that he is. So it's great to see that, and I think that they will help him in this election.
Yeah, and I one other thing I'll just add in support of what you're saying is that the days of the quiet, passive Black conservatives, those days are over. At some of the polling places, we've actually had to approach people who are crossing that line, and Ali can tell you that it's been ridiculous how these liberals have actually been trying to tell us that we shouldn't be doing what we're doing, and encouraging other Black people, Latino people, minorities to just get informed. We're not trying to convert anybody. We're not trying to convert people. All we want you to do is to stop with your emotions for a moment and look at the facts as they are. Look at what the president has done. Look at the increases in opportunities for Black and Brown America. Just look at what he's done. Forget his personality for a minute. Granted, he may not be somebody you and I may want to have a beer with. Maybe he is, but at the end of the day, it's the job that he's done. So we've been really pushing this initiative to educate folks, especially in our communities, whose freckles are as close together as ours, to get them to understand it's time we stop being quiet. We have conservative values. We push conservative values, and those are the values that have worked for all groups. There's not a group in this country that hasn't succeeded using conservative values historically. There just isn't one. I don't care what religion you put there, but every single group that you can come up with has successfully made it in this country by using those conservative values. No sex before marriage, get an education, get a high school diploma, be supportive of your community, get out and vote. These things, like these values that we have, low tide, all of these things have definitely helped all groups. So you're absolutely correct. Trump has been wonderful towards the Black community. He's had our support for years. The liberals are making it seem like all of a sudden, something different, but hip hop has supported President Trump. They've always supported Donald Trump before he was the president. Every hip hop references, I'm trying to blow up like Trump and Trump and get Trump. So it's not until he announces his candidacy for president that we see this, this outrage towards him. So you're absolutely correct, and I think he's doing a wonderful job.
And we're glad to see that you say that. That Trump isn't about race. It's the left that made it about race. In going back to Joe Biden's comments where it's, that then you ain't Black. I found that offensive. If I was an African-American male or female in this country, I would have also found that offensive. That they, for the longest time, male, female, Black, white, Latino, it doesn't matter. We all are born into this nation with the same abilities. Now, granted, are there obstacles for individuals in this country? Absolutely. But where else in the entire world are you granted and afforded the ability to be successful? And the only way that you cannot be successful is if you sabotage yourself. If you buy into the liberal mentality of feeling guilty and feeling sorry for yourself for anything else other than for your own limitations, then that's a path for disaster. And Donald Trump doesn't care what color that you are. He's there to ensure that everyone can be successful.
So
So
guys,
I'm very glad to hear you say that.
let me jump in here. I wanna kind of pull up the screen here. I've been looking at some of the data while we've been talking. So I'm very confident in calling a few more races on our opinion of what we're seeing. So I want to kind of show you what we're seeing right now. I do feel very confident with Tennessee based on the data I was just looking at. So we'll match Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, and Oklahoma to Trump. Illinois, obviously, very much of a Democratic stronghold. I did get enough information out of Virginia. I do believe that it's going to go for Joe Biden as we were talking. But I also was looking at Miami-Dade while you were there, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz that I brought up, that race where she's a very popular Democrat. She's ahead by 400 votes with one precinct left to report. So that is an interesting
That's a
race.
recall.
That's going to be a very interesting race to watch down in the state of Florida.
Well, here in New York, and I'll also let you know there's some very interesting races here in Suffolk County where I'm at. We have Anthony Palumbo running for state senate here in our assembly, and we're trying to get our assembly majority back here because we've been, bail reform here in New York has created a what storm up here, and I also wanted to just touch back on one other thing. The reason I mentioned those conservative values is because it's apparent that education, the liberals that control the education system, they control academia, and they're pushing narratives. Now, not only is the narrative false that Trump is a racist, that's super false. Not only is it a false narrative that the police are out here wholesale killing Black and Latino men, that's false. But it's also false that we're the minority. It's absolutely incorrect. This idea that Black and brown people are the minority in this country is false. America's made up of small minorities. That's what this country's made up of. You have small minorities of small groups of Irish, small groups of Germanic people, small groups of Scottish people. Everybody cannot be lumped that is not Black into the same category. It's just a false narrative. America's made up of small minorities.
And I want to jump back in here also again. So talking about Florida, just over 80% of the state of Florida, Trump is up 200,000 votes. That's huge.
That's amazing.
Now, granted, still a lot of votes still out in Miami-Dade County, Broward County, some areas he's going to pick up some votes. But the reports that we were getting, early voting and early in the day today, talking about Republicans, that was one of the articles I saw at roughly lunchtime today. Republicans were up 100,000 votes today in active voting. Republicans are showing up for President Trump in the state of Florida, and that is huge.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. How much do you think the early voting played a part in what we're seeing today? Because I've seen the lines. I had a 10-minute wait. In some cases, it's been an hour and a half, 2-hour wait to get into a polling location. But what effect do you guys think early voting had on this election?
Well,
I think go ahead, Eric.
No, what I think that is where a lot of this polling data came from. There's a lot of people, particularly those on the left, who bought into, and COVID-19 is very, very serious. Not saying that it's not. But I think a lot of individuals on the left bought into that fear. And they really wanted to make sure, not knowing how things were going to go, to make sure they go ahead and get their vote. I being one of them, I want to make sure my vote counts. And liberal mainstream media can make it out to be that there's no issues whatsoever. There's not been any fraud, nothing like that. But there has been huge issues. Otherwise, a federal court wouldn't have ruled today that they need to do an entire sweep of the United States Postal Service to ensure that every vote was counted, no matter who it was cast for. But I think that the Democrats were getting that information from exit polling data, from individuals who already cast their votes for absentee, and they have really underestimated the significance of first-time voters, particularly those traditional voters who may have not voted in the last election, but are dead set and showing up to vote and making sure that their vote counts. And I really believe that they've underestimated that. That's the reason why you're seeing states like North Carolina, for example, where we're only still having 1% being reported, and our polls have been closed for almost an hour. I think they're going to be completely overwhelmed with the at-person and in-person voting.
So data coming out of South Carolina, I'm comfortable going ahead and saying that we can call that for President Trump. That's a strong showing in South Carolina. And I think it's, again, going back to what we talked about before, we knew that Democrats were pouring money, thousands and thousands of dollars per resident in the state of South Carolina, trying to unseat Lindsey Graham. But this fact that President Trump performed so well, that does bode well for Lindsey Graham. Still don't feel comfortable yet saying that he's won his race, but it does look good for him. I think that's a good thing. So South Carolina to President Trump.
So my other question for you guys is, do you think we keep the Senate majority here?
We better hope we do.
Hope so, yes. I think one of the big things, Mitch McConnell, again, that's over and done with. If Lindsey Graham stays, that's a great indication and illustration. Susan Collins up there in Maine, that'll be an interesting one. I know there's a lot of Republicans out there that don't necessarily consider Susan Collins a Republican, but she is in a very tight race. I know Democrats have pumped a lot of money and pushed a lot of money up there to try to unseat her. But if Lindsey Graham's able to pull out, I feel very, very comfortable that we'll retain that. So regardless of what happens with Susan Collins.
So just to give a little bit of updates, first data drop from the state of Alabama. Doug Jones is leading by about 700 votes in that drop, but I don't buy that. I don't think he pulls that race out. In the state of Georgia, David Perdue is leading his Senate race by about 140,000 votes. That is interesting. In the Georgia special election with Senator Kelly Loeffler, she is trailing by 3,000 votes at the moment, 17% reporting. Some of the other key ones that we were talking about earlier in North Carolina, in Maine, first data drop coming out of Maine, Susan Collins, 80% of that first data drop. So still too early, way too early to call. In North Carolina, first data drop for Senator Tom Tillis. He is up by 4,000 votes in that data drop. And with 7% reporting in the state of South Carolina, Lindsey Graham is up by about 1,100 votes.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. That first data drop in the state of Michigan, Trump is doing extremely well. So we'll see how that pans out. Obviously, you've got Lansing, you've got Detroit up there. It'll be interesting, but I'll be pleasantly surprised to see just how well Donald Trump does in Detroit. I don't have to tell you just how bad in the toilet the city of Detroit has been under Democratic leadership, and we don't have to even sit here and discuss the governor they've got up there. But it'll be interesting to see what the turnout is in favor of Donald Trump there in Detroit.
And you said governor. So one thing here too, and then obviously, Raheem, I saw you getting ready to say something. Talking about governor, first data drop in North Carolina, which is one of those states I was really watching close on the governor. Dan Forrest is up by 3,500 votes over Roy Cooper. Now, if you recall, in the last polls that were released over the past week, Roy Cooper was showing up double digits over Dan Forrest. And I kept telling people, I don't buy that. I think that North Carolina is going to be a lot closer. Now, Roy Cooper very well may win, but I wasn't buying the fact he was up double digits over Dan Forrest. Dan Forrest is very popular in the state of North Carolina. So still way too early to call, but that is a good sign in that first drop for Dan Forrest.
Well, you just that was my question. So you already told me. I was literally going to say what's going on in Dan Forrest. North Carolina is like a second home to me, even though I'm here in New York. But I have my eye on that North Carolina race. My brother's been very, very active on the ground, supporting Dan and supporting Tillis and supporting everyone, that we can. So, that was perfect timing. That's exactly what I was going to ask.
And talking about some of the other governor races, there's several. It does look like the Republican incumbent is going to hold on in Indiana, which is a good sign. The Republican incumbent in New Hampshire as well. and also in West Virginia. Fox News has already called those. I'm looking through the data now. It's pretty good drops coming in to where we can feel pretty confident in what we're seeing. So those do look like they're going to hold pretty well. I don't see any House races that are races that I was really watching closely that I think are worth talking about at the moment. But I think we're probably getting very close in the state of Florida to making a call. I'll be honest, and I really think, based off of what I'm seeing, I really think President Trump is going to pull the state of Florida. He's currently leading by about 160,000 votes. There's still about 13% outstanding. That is very good for President Trump. Looking at one of the other places that I'm kind of watching, they're saying it's a 97% probability at this point based on where's reporting that President Trump wins the state of Florida. They're also saying, based off the first drops out of the state of North Carolina, it has transitioned to a 56% probability that he wins the state of North Carolina. And also coming out of the state of Georgia, almost a 90% probability that he wins the state of Georgia. That's huge.
That is. And
now, I've been hearing some pollsters and some allegedly credible polls making predictions. Some guys making predictions, and they were predicting that Trump has too many things working against him to pull this election out. And what I've been saying is that, this was said in 2016, if we remember. There's no way that he could win. It's impossible. There'll be men from Mars on the planet before Trump wins. Like, all these things were said. Do you think we're seeing that again?
Well, I mean, we obviously know that the pollsters weren't honest when they were looking at this before. When you look at this, you've got to pay attention to the little details. And I put our map back up so everyone can see kind of where we're standing at the moment, in our opinion, here at the Liberty Loft. When you think back about the polls, you've got two things you have to consider. One is that the national popular vote. So we know that Joe Biden's going to win the popular vote. I don't think there's any question in that. I don't see any way that he doesn't win it. It could be very, very close, but I think he wins the popular vote. The thing you have to watch is the states. Our founding fathers, when they set this up with the Electoral College, it was a magnificent thing where you can't just go focus on Los Angeles, New York City, and Miami and win the election. You have to win the majority of the states and the majority of the population of the country based on the Electoral College. And it's based on the representation that we have in Congress. So I think that's huge, and people have to think about that. I could care less what the national polls say. I really could care less that Biden was up by 30. You could say he's up by 30 points. I want to know how much he's up in North Carolina, how much he's up in Florida, how much he's up in these key states. When you look at the states, that's where you find who's gonna win, who has the momentum. All the polls leading up to today over the last 2 weeks have shown that momentum for President Trump. And so I think that's key to, as you sit and you think about these polls, we easily saw their bias in 2016. We saw their bias again this year as they're looking at that. They definitely underestimate these Trump voters, these rural voters that are going to go out. They're standing in lines for hours just to see President Trump speak at a small rural airport or a small rural airstrip or field, even in their small counties. Thousands of people. And again, Joe Biden can only get 5 people out of a compact car. So huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. This election has brought out some beautiful people, but it's also brought out some very ugly things. And I hope we never see this type of divisive situation again in national politics. Hopefully in 2024 it won't be this polarized. I mean, because I'm hearing things and seeing things, and families breaking apart over finding out you support the president, which is, it's sad. It's absolutely sad.
It is. It has been a very, very divisive time in our country. We talk about we've never maybe been as divided as we are currently. I think we have. I mean, I think if you look back through our country's history, we have always been a divided nation. We've never been a nation that was always 100% in agreement. Even our founding fathers, when they decided to declare independence, there was differing opinions about how they did so and what they did at the time. However, they came together and accomplished something together. And I think depending on the outcome of this election, if President Trump wins and Republicans maintain power, the Democrats have to go back and think about this. Okay, now we've got to realize we've got to work with these people. We have to do something. The Americans have told us twice now that they favor this type of leadership. And at some point, they've got to realize their socialism is just not going to work, and it's not popular if that happens.
No. It's interesting is that even as you mentioned, our founding fathers, a lot of the times when they disagreed, on policy, if you want to call it that at that time, or positions on certain things, it didn't stop them from going to get a beer after they left the courthouse. They still went and broke bread together. And I think we can learn from that. We're not, like you said, we can't say that our country is this homogeneous one thing. Like, everybody believes this. And I think that's part of what makes us great, is that you have competing ideas. You have different views on things that you can, draw from in making a decision, and I think that's what makes America the greatest place to live, is because you can have in North Carolina, in New York, you can have a little Italy. You can have a Chinatown. You can have, a little Filipino town exist within a New York City, for example, and go to these places and learn about these cultures where you wouldn't, you wouldn't otherwise have these opportunities to learn from people, So I think it's wonderful that, people try to paint America like we're not diverse, and we're literally made up of everybody being different. The most diverse place anywhere. We take more immigrants here than anywhere else in the world, period.
Completely agree.
They just gave Arkansas to Trump, so that gives him another 6. Again, he's hanging on to the Sun Belt there. That's great news. I don't think there was any shocking there, but I think that's great news.
Yeah, I'll give you a little more information. Early vote reports are coming in Pennsylvania. Biden is showing that he is leading there currently. However, Trump, again, still up in Georgia. Trump is showing very strongly in Michigan, actually. He's plus 17 in the data that's in right now. Trump's still maintaining his lead in the state of Florida. Over 90% of the precincts have reported. President Trump is still up by roughly those 200,000 votes. And the same thing still in North Carolina. It still looks very good for President Trump. It looks like he's going to perform well. As you said, they've called Arkansas based on the data that they've got coming in. I've not seen any official drops yet, but we didn't. That's not surprising. We did expect that the state of Arkansas would go to President Trump. He generally would hold most of the Midwest. There's a couple states that we can carve out of that, but generally speaking, he's going to hold most of those. So currently, as we have it here at the Liberty Loft, we will go ahead and give Arkansas to President Trump. I will follow that based on the data. We're sitting at 91 for Joe Biden, 82 for President Trump. And if you remember me talking, I said I felt like this was really going to be close. It's going to depend on those battleground states. If he pulls Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and he starts pulling ahead in the Midwest, we're very easily going to see another 4 years of President Trump. I don't see any way that Joe Biden has a path to victory without pulling some of those.
Has anyone won without those states ever, out of curiosity?
I know they have in the past. I mean, they've won without some of them in the past, but I don't know quite. I would have to go back and do a little research.
Yeah, because I don't think you can win without at least 3 of the 5 you just mentioned.
And I don't see a path to victory for anyone without carrying some of those. I think that's key. President Trump does need a showing in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, that Rust Belt state that we talk about, or the Rust Belt states. He needs a showing there because we know that Joe Biden is easily going to pull the Pacific Coast. He's easily going to pull New York. He's going to pull some of these other areas. So he definitely needs a strong showing in those states. So I'm gonna give us just a minute here. I'm gonna take just a break. I'm gonna let Eric. I'm gonna let you and Raheem talk for just a moment, and then I know JD Rucker is going to be joining us. JD is from out at the Knock Report in California, so I'll be pulling him in just a second. I want to dig in just a little bit of data here for just a moment. So as we continue on with our election night coverage here on the.
Absolutely. So. Being up there in New York, there's been a lot of talk in the press about a huge shift in African American vote, and as well as the Jewish vote. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that and what you've seen up there in the state of New York? Have you seen that firsthand?
Yeah, I actually have, and I'm proud to be one of the, honestly, to be one of the people on the front lines of getting the message out about what and who Republicans and conservatives are and what this is. And obviously, there's people that came before us, but yeah, we've been seeing that shift up here, and it's largely due to the left's pushing people away. These extreme ideas, they're when you talk to people, right, and you get them away from the crowd, people tend to have a different response to you, right? So if I'm in a group of people and we're talking about politics and everybody, let's say people are pro Trump, pro Biden, uh, the person who's on the fence is usually very quiet. The person who's undecided or not sure or is inquisitive, they're usually very quiet. And when everybody leaves, they go, "What did you say about African American unemployment? What did you say he said about? What did he do about the?" So
Right.
what we find is that people have definitely wanted to become more educated. They want to be informed. And this idea, and I want to give a big shout out to former Senator Joel Ford from North Carolina. He's a Democrat. He was brave enough to come on to the Urban Conservative podcast, and I was blown away by his demeanor and his character. And he was one of the most well-spoken Democrats who just said simply, "Listen, I worked for the machine. I understand the machine. They want low information voters on the left. They want us to keep this narrative alive that the white man is out to get the black man." And honestly, it's been changing here in New York. In the internet, we have information right now in your fingertips. There's nothing you can't find out in milliseconds, in seconds. You can find out anything you really want to know. And here in New York, it's been rough. And yes, it's still a blue state, but I think that's very superficial. I think people are doing it. It's more socially liberal, if you will, versus how they're actually going to vote. I think we see a very big increase in Republican votes on the African American.
Well, I think the misconception, particularly for people down here in the South, they don't quite understand the makeup of the state of New York. They think that New York City is the rest of the state. And I've visited New York. In fact, I've got family that are from upstate New York. It is two totally different states. You've got New York City, and that is not the representation for the rest of the state of New York at all, in any way, shape, or form.
All right, guys. So I'm back. We'll jump back in here. We'll give JD just a second, and we'll have him on. No new details that we'll share here at the moment. Obviously, a lot of excitement. As you can see, some of the comments talking about President Trump and some of the people really looking forward to that. I think, again, we're really close to making a call in the state of Florida. It looks really good in the state of Georgia and North Carolina for President Trump. So that's places he needed to win. Pennsylvania, Ohio, still too close to call. So we're still looking at some data and such there. I know there's a lot of talk right now on some of the other mainstream media outlets talking about Texas. So before we get into that, I want to pull JD in. Again, JD Rucker is joining us. He's from the Knock Report. JD, I want to say thanks for joining us tonight.
Hello.
Well, so I know we've been trying to get you on the show for some time, and it just seems like we have a nightmare scenario trying to get schedules to align. But
well, you guys are on the right coast.
we are. So I was sharing a little bit here. We've been going through this, and I'll put our map back up for everyone here in just a minute. But one of the things I was sharing, we're talking a little bit about the state of Texas. And so I was looking through some of the other mainstream media outlets. Texas, about 50% of the precincts are reporting, and Joe Biden is showing about 100,000 vote lead in the state of Texas, which is really surprising. What are your thoughts on that, JD?
Joe Biden's not going to win Texas.
Is that
just be clear.
optimism or is that factual?
No. I would give it at this point, like my wife said. I remember what was it? I think it was 2012 when Karl Rove was complaining on Fox News. He's like, you can't call. I don't remember which state it was. I think it was actually Florida. You can't call Florida with only 54% of the vote or something like that. It's like, well, actually, you can. We can't look at vote totals because the difference in votes between, say, like in Austin, okay, if Austin gets their votes in early, if the more rural areas get their votes in late, that's going to make a difference. But there's something bigger this year. In a lot of states outside of Pennsylvania, a lot of states will actually go ahead and tabulate their mail-in votes early. And we already know that Joe Biden has a 60-40 lead in mail-in votes. We also know that Trump has about a 65-35 lead in person. So these early numbers are way off. You also mentioned that Florida, waiting for Florida to be called. We are actually already called Florida for Trump. That came from Decision Desk HQ, which is one of the 7 acceptable, according to Twitter, one of the 7 acceptable.
Well, if Twitter says so, then it's
Twitter
okay.
says it's okay. Right.
Right.
Twitter says they're
they
great.
have to approve.
They have to approve.
Twitter
So
hearts Decision Desk HQ, and they
I
called Florida about 20 minutes ago for Trump.
Yeah, I
We've
was
seen
waiting just a
Florida
little closer to see some of the data coming out of South Florida and looking at some of those numbers right now. I was sharing with everyone. We're talking about the Fox News that they do have a really good feature up this year where you can really zoom in. So I'm going to pull that up for everybody to see again, this county by county feature. So if you're looking at the results here, the areas that we felt like Joe Biden was going to win, he's winning. I mean, there's no question about that. However, President Trump is performing so strongly in these rural areas that are outlined around these Democratic strongholds. I feel very confident in the state of Florida. It does look like President Trump is easily going to win Florida. We're not talking a couple thousand votes. We're talking 250,000 to 500,000 votes by the time all of these are counted and turned in. This is great news for President Trump and for Republicans, especially when you start looking at some of the other battleground states where he needs to perform well, such as Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio.
Yeah, totally. But back to the original question. Yeah, when everything is said and done, I know that I'm a beautiful man, but I will shave my eyebrows if Joe Biden wins Texas. I will do it live on your show if Joe Biden wins Texas.
Well, we have the guarantee. We'll make sure to make that happen.
We'll make sure it will never happen.
Of all the stuff and all the curveballs that have been thrown at the American people for the year 2020, if somehow Joe Biden wins Texas, I don't know what you could say about that. That would just be the ultimate defeat. But I'm with you. That's not going to happen.
So talking about some of these early votes, so we talked about that as well, JD. So I want to point out, again, early vote drops, we really felt like Joe Biden would have the stronghold in those early vote drops. One place he does not is in the state of Michigan. So 8% of precincts reporting, a lot of that is the early absentee tabulated votes. President Trump up by 75,000 votes in the state of Michigan. That's huge. That's huge. And then when you're looking in the state of Pennsylvania, that's where we are seeing that Democrat lead. Joe Biden is leading roughly 220,000 votes in that first couple of drops that's coming out of the state of Pennsylvania. Not surprising at all. I'm not panicked about Pennsylvania. I am a little excited about Michigan, however. That would be a big win for President Trump.
That's one of the magical 3 that he has to have. But again, it has to go back to Pennsylvania. But both you and I know all those votes that are coming in PA right now are all absentee. So
Raheem, I go back to you for just a minute. You were talking a little bit about your home state of New York. There was a lot of talk about that they really felt like there was going to be a Republican resurgence in the state of New York. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing. Obviously, I know you follow local politics, and that does play into a little bit with the national races. So what are you seeing there? I think we've lost your mic there, Raheem. We're not able to hear you. I'll give you just a minute. Maybe you can work on your audio. Yeah. All right. He's going to be joining back up in just a couple of minutes. So we'll go back. JD, you're in California. I don't think we want to talk about California potentially going red, do we? That would be exciting to hear.
It's a process. And the process is starting. Here's the reality. So this is one thing that people don't know. And it's funny that you're talking about New York, where I also used to live. New York, the New York Democrat Party is far to the left of most in California. We're not talking about San Francisco. That's a whole other country. But
Yes.
you know, down here in Orange County, it's generally it's purple, leaning red. Currently, it's all blue, but that's based upon ballot harvesting. You know, Democrats in my state have mastered the art of ballot harvesting. Republicans are torn between, well, you know, ballot harvesting is bad and we don't want to stoop to their level. And I go to these meetings and I'm like, guys, wake up. You know, you can't change it by ignoring it or by taking the high road on this one. If you're going to change it, that means you have to win elections. If you're going to win elections, that means you have to participate in ballot harvesting. Does that suck? Absolutely. But there's only two options here. Either you let California plummet all the way until, you know, a quarter of the population is dead, you know, or killing each other or leaving, or you say, you know what, California is worth saving. It's not the leftist utopia that a lot of people think it is. Based, you look at our government here in California, you're like, oh my gosh, those guys are crazy. You talk to the people in California, again, San Francisco notwithstanding, you talk to the people in California, and they're much more moderate than, say, a New York City or, you know, even like in Austin, Texas. I've been in Austin. Austin is far to the left of the majority of California. But again, we're always going to be a Democratic state as long as the Republican Party refuses to go after ballot harvesting by using ballot harvesting. How do you get rid of ballot harvesting in California? You win elections. And the only way to win elections, unfortunately, is by ballot harvesting. Now, this year they did a few different things to try to counter that. They put up these cute little ballot collection boxes invoking the ballot harvesting rules, you know, basically saying, hey, you know, it's legal here. So if you guys can go knock on doors, we don't have enough people to knock on doors, and we're not comfortable, and we're conservatives, and it's kind of an invasion of privacy, and it makes us feel icky. So we're going to put out these boxes, and that technically speaking should be legal, right? And you know, it sort of was. Did it work? I don't know. I don't know how many people, you know, but what they did was they just put these boxes up in areas where there's a lot more Republicans. So they're trying to basically make it easier for Republicans to vote early. It was a nice ploy. We'll see if it works. So how is New York, Mr. Urban Conservative?
Oh yeah, well, New York, like I was saying, I have to shout out our Suffolk County GOP chairman Jesse Garcia and the whole Republican Party out here. They've been very, very adamant and very empowering to me to help them do minority outreach. This is one of my pet peeves with the Republican Party, you know, on a national level, and is that when you say you don't see color, you're not going to go after the right people. You're not going to push the issue. You need to see color. Now, here in New York, it's this. You can feel the change. You can feel that the Black and brown communities, as I said earlier, they're starting to snap out of it. They're starting to realize, you know, that hey, listen, this isn't working for us. You know, here in New York, this isn't working. This is an absolute, you know, bail reform, all these different things going on. There's a big deal to do up here, especially in Suffolk County with these red light cameras. I don't know if you guys have them in North Carolina or where you are, JD, but we have these red light cameras here that are placed in poor, low income, which sometimes happen to be Black and brown communities that are in unsafe locations, and along party lines, they're keeping these cameras in the community. After all of the evidence has been out that the cameras are causing accidents, the red light cameras are, you know, they're disproportionately affecting people who already don't have money. So people are starting to snap out of it here. We're starting to see, you know, more shouts out to Oz Sultan. We have a Muslim American candidate for Senate out here who's running. People are starting to snap out of it here in New York. It's still a very liberal place, but I think that's social. I think that's like a social thing. I think it's like a crowd thing. I don't think that people actually are serious about it. In a group setting, everybody's liberal and anti-Trump, but individually, like I said, when you actually talk to a person, it's a little bit different. You know, it's like, don't tell my neighbors I'm a Trump supporter. Yeah.
So let me jump in here. Let's talk a little bit too. So we know the state of North Carolina, battleground state, our home state as well. Just talk a little bit here. 20% of the votes are in, 24%. Joe Biden is up by about 230,000 votes. The surprise to me, and I'm getting ready to dig into the counties, Cal Cunningham is ahead of incumbent Tom Tillis, senator. And then I also shared very early in the podcast, one of the races that I was watching U.S. House of Representatives was new Republican candidate Sandy Smith against G.K. Butterfield. Butterfield's obviously been a longtime incumbent Democrat, very high ranking in the House. She trails right now by about 22,000 votes. Again, still a long way to go. As I'm looking down through the ballots, this is very tight in North Carolina. Dan Bishop, who won the special election just about a year ago, is winning by 300 votes. Madison Cawthorn, new Republican that won, is running for Mark Meadows' old district, is up by a pretty good margin in his district. So some of the races we felt like were going to be close are close. Some of the ones we felt may not be close or turning out to be close, unfortunately. So North Carolina, and one key statistic, North Carolina Board of Elections, and I found this interesting, Eric and I were texting about this just a second ago, only 56% of voters in the state of North Carolina cast a ballot. I find that very interesting, especially when you look in the state of Florida. It was almost 80% of the residents of the state of Florida, or registered voters, cast a vote. It tells you where that excitement was in the state of Florida. And JD, I know we've talked a little bit about that excitement for Republicans. It's definitely going to play in Trump's hand in Florida. But what is he going to need in some of these states like North Carolina, where it seems like that excitement's not there?
Well, let's be clear about Florida. Florida and Pennsylvania and probably 9 other states are rife with voter fraud. There was a report today on Fox News that there's a precinct in Florida that they actually were able to do the impossible. They have more votes than registered voters in their precinct, in their district. So it's, I would say that, does that mean that, I think the spread you were talking about was around, 21%? Do I think that there's a 21% voter fraud rate in Florida? Probably not. I sure hope not, especially since I've called it for President Trump. That would really suck. But I think where it comes down to is, where was the attention put? The attention was put in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Florida, Minnesota, Michigan, places like that. You didn't see North Carolina really in play as much as it should have been. And that's I think that was a mistake, because number one, you have a Senate race that is crucial for the president. It doesn't always have to be upstream. In other words, the president can, or the Trump team can look at it and say, hey, let's double dip. Let's help out this guy while we're also helping ourselves in a swing state. I think there should have been a lot more of that. But then again, they see the data and I don't. If they win handily in North Carolina, then my argument and Cawthorn wins and what's his name? Tillis. Tillis wins, yeah.
Yep.
Then hey, they knew exactly what they were doing, and I'm just sitting here playing armchair quarterback.
Well, I think JD too, to that point about the Tillis Cal Cunningham race, I think that is a perfect illustration of the issue with early voting. A lot of early votes were already cast, and then all of a sudden,
hold on, let me send a text real quick. Real quick.
Exactly. 2 or 3 weeks after early voting, then there's the October surprise. But North Carolina is not one of those states where you can go back and retract your vote and have buyer's remorse or voter's remorse, if you will, and say, hey, by the way, well, I kind of liked you till you got caught cheating on your wife, so now I don't like you anymore. And then, unfortunately, if for whatever reason Dan Forest is not able to pull out a victory against Roy Cooper, now you've got a very liberal governor here in the state of North Carolina that will have to handpick a replacement for Cal Cunningham once he's brought before ethics, and particularly with the United States military. They're not done with him. They've just gotten started with him. So if he thinks he's going to win and hop, skip, and a jump back into D.C. and enjoy some time there, that's not going to happen. So
I sure hope not. I really do.
Jumping into, you were talking a little bit about the Decision Desk HQ and Twitter's approval of that. Kind of look a little bit at their map and just kind of share with the listeners and viewers what they're showing. So they're showing, again, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, all for President Trump. However, they are showing Trump ahead and holding leads in Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, Michigan, Maine, and in Rhode Island, which most of the other mainstream outlets have already called for Joe Biden, in fact. But they also, one of the things that's a little surprising, 73, they're saying between 58 and 73% of the votes are reporting in the state of Texas. They're still showing Joe Biden up by 300,000 votes. In the state of Kansas, they're showing Joe Biden up by 23,000 votes. And both of those are states that we would really believe that President Trump should easily win.
So you really don't like my eyebrows, I take it. So Kansas is, believe it or not, Kansas is a question mark state, not because it's not conservative, but because, you know, the Democrats have done a good job of getting the vote out there, and they have for the last few elections. That this was something that was going to come around very similar. If you want to see a predicate for Kansas, look at Virginia. You know, Virginia always went Trump. I mean, always went Republican, I should say, for like 30 years. And then, but they kept getting closer until finally, Barack Obama came along, and they've been a blue state, a very blue state, not even a purple state. They've been a very blue state ever since. Texas, like I said, is a different story. Texas, until we're at, I'll start getting scared and start, looking at eyeliner or whatever when we're at about 90% of the vote. But you can never tell. You can't tell based upon 50, 60, 80%. Sometimes you can tell with 1%. Okay, you can make a call on a certain state. West Virginia, they called before the first vote was technically tabulated. Okay, they knew that was going to Trump. But you can't really make very good calls until, what is this? Sorry, real quick. I was looking at Fox News. Don't ask me why, but they're showing North Carolina is definitely leaning towards Biden at the moment.
They've got a 90% probability that Biden will pick that up, and that's a huge disappointment for our home state, Jared.
Yeah, you guys.
That's
what did you do?
Disappointment.
What have you guys done?
Well,
okay.
We were completely locked down, but apparently a lot of them drank the socialist Kool-Aid hand poured by our governor Roy Cooper and bought into the fear of COVID-19. I wholeheartedly believe that was his go-to, and if that's the case, then Joe Biden better thank him. So.
Well, let's look a little bit at the map here. So we were talking about Virginia. You can see we've talked a little bit about this. Zooming in on the states that are fully reported is what Fox News is showing here in this map. You can definitely see around some of the bigger cities that you have those Democratic strongholds. Again, they're already calling this for Joe Biden. But when you get down and you dig into some of this, you'll see President Trump leads easily in the rural counties in Virginia. It's when you get around D.C., you're going to see a big move. However, that is closer right now with 54% in Fairfax County than I expected. I expected Biden to be just a little bit stronger there. President Trump's, again, doing very well in some of those. But let's back out. Let's look a little bit at North Carolina. So it is very, very close. We shared as you get into the western part of the state, all of this should be easily won by President Trump. I don't imagine there'll be any issues there. Mecklenburg County is the big one. Mecklenburg County is very much going in Joe Biden's way. Then we would also be looking out here around Wake County. Joe Biden easily should win Wake County, Durham County, Orange County, all very strong Democratic held areas. The key, I think, for President Trump in this area is here in Guilford and Forsyth County. And I think that's going to be one of the places that we really want to watch what's coming out for President Trump there. We really want to see how he performs. We can see more states popping up here in the red. So I really want to keep a close watch on North Carolina. I think we're really close in the state of Georgia. It's very much going strong for President Trump. Again, he's pulling away in Florida. That's great. He's doing very well in South Carolina. But it is very much concerning that he is sitting where he's at in North Carolina. That, to me, was one of the states he had to win. I felt like North Carolina was a must-win state. It doesn't mean there's no path. It does not mean that there's not a path to victory for President Trump. However, it does mean he has to win the state of Pennsylvania, essentially. He has to win a Michigan, and he has to do well in Wisconsin.
Correct. And on that that governor race, it appears that those double-digit leads are kind of coming to pass a little bit as we near that 80% mark. It looks as if Roy Cooper's up 10 percentage points on Dan Forest. But it's a very tight race on lieutenant governor. Both African-American candidates, both on Democrat and Republican side. It is less than 1 percentage point. So that's a very close race here in North Carolina.
And it does look like going through the down the ballots, outside of some state races, it does look like it's not going to be a good night based on what we're seeing currently for Republicans in North Carolina, and that is disappointing. Even in the Secretary of State race, E.C. Sykes, who's a good friend of ours, not performing as well as we would like. Catherine Truitt for the Superintendent of Public Instruction, not performing well. Just down the ballot, it's going to be a difficult night for Republicans. We knew it was going to be close, but it's looking, unfortunately, like it's favoring the Democrats. But again, 35% of the reports in. We're not going to call anything just yet, but that is a concern. So I was looking to see if there was any changes in the state of Florida. Obviously, Decision Desk, as JD has shared, has called the state of Florida. Fox News, some of the others have yet to call the Florida. They're going to be hesitant. They know Florida is a very close state, but President Trump is up by almost 400,000 votes in the state of Florida. That is a good thing. I feel very confident with Florida, and we are going to call that for him here at the Liberty Loft and say that's his. Some new polls are just now closing. So we are sitting here at 9:01 on the East Coast. We have more polls closing in the West based on exit data. North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming will be called for President Trump by Fox News. Colorado is going to be called for Joe Biden. Really no surprises there, JD.
Nope, not at all. The only, I'm looking up all the info that I can about North Carolina, and it stinks because this is my wife's computer, and her computer is just not good for this stuff. Especially, I don't have a mouse; I'm using my fingers. I may have to go run and take a quick, better computer break, and then come back because yeah, I did have North Carolina going to Trump, and all those other states that you mentioned, they're as expected. It's part of our constitutional republic. Something that I've learned to appreciate is the fact that you've got you really do put so much power into a handful of states, and I used to not like that. I guess it's been over a dozen years, but that's because I lived in states where my vote doesn't count. I've now learned the efficacy of federalism, and the reason that they went with a constitutional republic in the first place, which I now wholeheartedly agree with. The bottom line, though, is I keep looking for what's going to happen in Minnesota, what's going to happen in Michigan, what's going to happen in all these places. At the end of the day, and I've said this from the start, at the end of the day, it's either going to be a Trump win big time if they keep the cheating to a minimum, or if Joe Biden wins, it will be because they were able to cheat. And this is not a bitter statement. That's I would never have said anything like that in 2016, for example. This year, I do believe that there is such ubiquitous cheating happening, with 98% of it coming from the Democrats, that, are we going to believe our eyes, or are we going to believe the polls? Are we going to believe what we see on Fox News or CNN or whatever, or are we going to believe what we're seeing in the real world? They measure the number of Biden supporters at his rallies by the number of parking spots he could fill. Whereas you look at a Trump rally and it's measured in the number of miles that the cars are packed. Okay. And we're talking about dozens of miles sometimes. The support is in President Trump's favor. And we're seeing every demographic every important demographic other than suburban white women for some reason. But every other demographic he has made gains in from 2016. So the fact that he could potentially lose, to me, is an indication that that this has been fixed from the beginning. I guess rigged from the beginning, so to speak. That Joe Biden was handpicked. That's why they pushed out Pete Buttigieg and and Amy Klobuchar right before Super Tuesday, when they realized that Mike Bloomberg was an idiot, when they knew that they just really didn't want Bernie, when they thought, Biden might not know where he is at any given moment, but we could always control him more easily that way. I'm not going to sit here and be conspiracy theory. Oh my gosh, it was planned from the start and it's all rigged. But if Biden wins, then here's the thing: it was planned from the start and it was all rigged. So I'm going to leave your audience with that for about 5 minutes. But go ahead, Eric. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I do want to speak to North Carolina, that being our home state, and I do want to give a little bit of bittersweet congratulations to how Democrats have performed and done well here in North Carolina. And that really goes back to Barack Obama's first presidency. When he was elected here and he turned North Carolina, David Axelrod and everyone else that was on his staff did a phenomenal job on the grassroots. But really the struggle here in North Carolina is from the top down, from the governor all the way down. And I'll use Governor Cooper as an example. Here in North Carolina, he has manifested a very good partnership with a lot of the old individuals that were in the Obama administration. In fact, Amy Cohen, who is heading up his COVID task force here in the state of North Carolina, actually served in the Obama administration. So they are very, very crafty in how they go about doing that. So I hate to say I'm going to congratulate them a little bit on how they perform, particularly here in the state of North Carolina. But that really does have to go back to those individuals that assisted President Obama in his first election and been able to turn a state that traditionally was conservative and Republican, like North Carolina, over to the Democrats.
So let me jump in here, Eric. So I'll give some more information back to folks. Alabama, Tommy Tuberville has pulled ahead. That is something we did expect. We did expect the flip of that seat in Alabama. We're expecting some data to start dropping in Arizona. Polls just closed there where Martha McSally, Mark Kelly. They have called the race in Colorado where incumbent Cory Gardner was going against John Hickenlooper, and they have called that for John Hickenlooper, so that is a +1 for Democrats there. Going down through again in the state of Georgia, incumbent David Perdue is doing very well. Currently, in the special election, Kelly Loeffler is pulling ahead by about 7,000 votes. So that's a strong performance there. Still watching some of the ones in Iowa. Susan Collins is doing well up in Maine with the last drop of data that's come in. And in fact, challenger John James in the state of Michigan is currently up on Gary Peters, and that's huge. I felt like that was going to be a great race to watch. Some of the other races are tightening. Tom Tillis is picking up a little bit on Cal Cunningham. He's only down by about 95,000 votes. Lindsey Graham has pulled away in the initial reporting in South Carolina. So I wanted to get an update there. And then the other thing that I want to do, I want to pull the map up and take a look a little bit at some of the counties. So we're seeing a lot of other outlets talking a little bit about some of these states. So let's look at Ohio. So you see that they're showing that Joe Biden has got a lead in Ohio, but you've got to look at the counties that have dropped and are firmly in Joe Biden's court. So here you are in Summit County. Again, Cleveland, you're looking at a Democratic stronghold. It's not surprising. 100% of the report in, and Biden is plus 58,000 votes. Cuyahoga County, right where Cleveland is at, he's up with 75% of the vote. Again, all of these areas, it's really not surprising that Joe Biden is performing well. It doesn't surprise me at all. It's down here in these rural counties, get around Columbus, you get a little of the Democratic vote and up in, I guess this is probably the Dayton area. But when you look at these rural areas here, all of this is going to be red. And so I think we're really premature in looking at Ohio and talking about that. That I really expect will turn a lot more red. Same in Pennsylvania. You obviously can see down around Philadelphia, down the lower right portion of the state, easily going for Joe Biden. But again, the rest of the state, the rural portions of the state, that is going to turn red and go for President Trump. Fox News is still not calling the state of Florida, but you can see Trump is still up 400,000 votes. South Carolina, Trump is easily winning in South Carolina at this point, still up in the state of Georgia. And with the data that's dropping out of Georgia, that is transitioning over towards the Republicans. I feel very confident with what I'm seeing there. The one that I'm still watching, this is tightening up. So President Trump, I think I shared a few minutes ago, he was down by about 500,000 votes in Texas. This race is tightening up. So we're obviously seeing some of the Republican strongholds coming in. We know some of these big cities are going to vote Democrat, but look at all the red that's going to fill in on that map. Texas is going to be a big difference here in just a short amount of time as they continue to give data back. Another one, Kansas. Talking a little there, you can see that there's just not enough precincts reporting there to say that Kansas is going to go blue. The one again. He's doing very well in Michigan. He's doing very well in the initial data that's coming out of Wisconsin in that first drop. And granted, it's 300-400 votes, but these are those early mail-in votes, and that's key. Remembering that it's those mail-in votes, that's where he's picking up some things there. So I definitely want to point that out and talk about that a little bit and share that. That's a good information. Fox News currently has it projected 129 for Joe Biden, 94 for President Trump. Here, I'm not convinced yet that we're sitting and looking at quite that high for Joe Biden. Again, they've went ahead and they've assigned several states back over to Joe Biden. I'm sitting around 127 based off of what I'm seeing, and I've got President Trump at 125. Again, we're awarding the state of Florida based on the information that we're seeing. Going back to the DDHQ, the Decision Desk headquarters, looking at what they've done, they have again called a lot of the states in the Northeast for Joe Biden. Again, Michigan, Ohio, too close to call. Texas, still waiting on the results there. I think that's going to be very interesting. I did flip over to the New York Times just to look a little bit about what they're saying here, to share some of that. And while I'm doing this, we're going to pull Seth into the video here for Seth from the Liberty Loft. Looking a little bit about what they're showing on the New York Times, they're saying 95%, 94% is reporting for precincts are reporting, 95% for President Trump. They're also saying they are predicting President Trump to pull out North Carolina. While there's 77% reporting, a lot of those are on the western side of the state, if you're looking at the county data. So we'll go back and I'll pull up Fox News and talk a little bit about that in just a minute about what we're seeing.
You said that was the New York Times?
Yep, that's looking at the
Jared.
New York Times.
Gotcha.
And so there's a lot of information coming out of that. So if you look at the state of North Carolina, states that have reported, the western part of the state is very much a red part of the state. Southeast part of the state, very much a red state. None of those have filled in. There's a lot of votes left to be cast in the state of North Carolina.
Except for Buncombe County, and I just pulled up Buncombe County, which is Asheville.
Yes.
And almost 100% of their votes have been tallied up. So that's a good sign that any other votes from the western part of North Carolina that could come in would go in. Obviously, most of those are going to go for President Trump. And Jackson County, which typically leans a little bit more to the left, with about 50% of the votes in. Donald Trump is leading that for the last couple presidential elections. Jackson County, again, home to Western Carolina University. Again, I'm very interested to see how those college university towns, how COVID-19 and the student population being away or not attending classes, how that actually changes the map here. So.
Yeah, so looking at North Carolina, I mean, there's still a lot of votes still left out in Wake County and Durham County, Orange County, Forsyth, Guilford County. There's still a lot of Democrat votes out there. So it's still too early to call there. Really watching Texas, the votes keep coming in. It keeps tightening up in Texas. I really expect that to transition to Republicans, waiting for that any minute. Seeing a lot more data coming in out of Georgia and South Carolina. That continues to look good. And again, Michigan, as more and more comes in from Michigan, it continues to look at a 6-4 clip for President Trump. That's a good thing. So it looks very good for President Trump. We talked a little bit about the Senate. Let me finish giving some data here, and then we'll go back into some commentary. But Right now, Fox News has got the Senate sitting 43 for Democrats, 37 for Republicans. That's a pickup of 8 for the Democrats, 7 for the Republicans. One of those was the flip out in Colorado. Looking at the House, they're showing 51 seats picked up for the Republicans, 38 for the Democrats. And then also looking at the governor races, they have already, they have already called the race for Democrat Roy Cooper in North Carolina. They have already called the race in Delaware for the Democrat, Indiana for the Republican, North Dakota, New Hampshire for Republicans, and West Virginia for Republicans. So I will talk a little bit. I know JD has stepped away, and I think Raheem stepped away for just a moment. Let's talk a little bit more about this governor race in North Carolina. Currently, Dan Forest trailing by 400,000 votes, and I'm actually a little surprised. I felt like that was going to be a little closer. It's not quite the 11 and 12-point polling advantage that we were seeing, but it definitely is a huge pickup for Democrats there in North Carolina.
It is, and again, it's disheartening as it is. But and I think when Lieutenant Governor Forrest looks back at the woulda, coulda, shouldas, and maybe something I should have done differently over the last 3 months, he and his campaign put on a masterful job in appealing to the state of North Carolina, and particularly those undecided voters. But I think it was one of those. Well, was it too little, too late? After Governor Cooper shut down a lot of the state of North Carolina, he was on television every single day, multiple times a day. Whether you like the guy or not, or you agree with his message, a lot of times appearance is everything. It's not so much the message, it's appearance. And for those fickle-minded individuals that didn't know how to cast their ballot, it was easy for them to say, well, this guy's on television. He's already our governor. And, oh, by the way, he says that we're going to die with this COVID-19, so he's got my vote. And during that 2 or 3 month period of time, Dan Forrest and his campaign were very minimal in their exposure. So I think if Dan Forrest is honest with himself and really takes a look at his campaign and maybe something he should have done differently, those first 2 or 3 months, March through May, he really should have been a lot more vocal and a lot more apparent to the citizens of North Carolina.
And so some of the other things that are not surprising, Raheem, I'd love for you to weigh in on this. Obviously, New York, Democrat victory, Connecticut, New Jersey, Vermont, Massachusetts. It doesn't look like there was any surprises up there, Delaware, Maryland. Anything standing out to you as you're looking around some of your nearby neighbors there?
Yeah, I think obviously that New York is going to go blue. There's an interesting race here. Hopefully we can keep Zeldin County, and I'm trying to actually pull up the information for Suffolk, but I'm not getting it right now for some reason, which is what it is. But trying to see what's going on with that. I think we have to do a better job going forward. I mean, just in general, at being more aggressive and just kind of to back up what Eric was saying. When he gave him that bittersweet, congratulations, I feel the same way. Like, you have to stand in awe of how these people have been able to flip these places and manipulate the narrative. He's done a masterful job. I hate to say it, but it's absolutely true. And we see that in places like New York. We see that in places like New Jersey, where you're getting a monolithic black vote from the Democrat on the Democrat side. You're getting it. We know when we say New York's going to go blue, we know here in New York, like, we're unicorns, black conservatives here. Unfortunately, when I'm showing up to meetings and I'm showing up and I'm involved in things, it's not very many of us. So it reflects on the job that's being done, internally, but we have to do a better job of getting people involved. We have to become more aggressive. We really have to, because we have the truth on our side, So I think we're going to see record numbers of votes for it being a Democrat stronghold rather here in New York. I do think we're going to see a lot of support, though, a lot more support for the president than we've previously seen for Republicans. I think there's going to be an increase in that. It wouldn't shock me in the least bit.
So I'm going to pull JD. He's back with us now. So JD, Since you've been gone, a couple more states, Midwest, we talked about right as you were leaving. One of the things I was talking about, Texas, I think your eyebrows may be safe. It's drawing close, and so that's a good sign for President Trump. We also were looking at some of the data in Ohio. Very much Republican strong points still outstanding in Ohio. A lot of Democrat strong points have already reported. Kind of what are you thinking based on what you're seeing now, knowing that North Carolina looks like it's going to go to the Democrats?
I don't know if North Carolina is going to go to the Democrats. I was checking on New York Times. They showed North Carolina as leaning 81%, or their predictor has it at 81% Trump right now. So that's one of the things.
So I think a couple of things in North Carolina, just to say this. So they've already called the race for Democrat Governor Roy Cooper at Fox News based on exit polling. And so you are correct, but some of the key places in North Carolina not reporting right now, Wake County and Raleigh, Orange County, Guilford County, and Greensboro, all strong Democrat points.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. You guys are there, so I do trust your judgment on there. I can tell you this, that California, I would say, is probably going to vote for Biden as well. So we now have that in common. As far as Ohio, I gave up on predicting Ohio back in 2000. Ohio is just, they're crazy. I would not bet my eyebrows in either direction on them at all. It is promising that the data that I looked at just now, it's promising, but guys, this year with all the mail-in voting, with all the voter fraud, it's just so hard to tell. I mean, this could literally end up at the end of the day, we could end up having a blowout, a landslide in either direction. And as long as I've been alive, that's never happened. You always think, you might be able to pull this off. But we're not talking about like 2016 where the polls were wrong. We're talking about in 2020, the polls don't seem to matter at all. It's as if I don't know, some sort of odd spirit has taken over the United States, and it's a battle of powers and principalities, if you ask me. But we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen in Ohio. All I know is that Texas has to go. I can't accept a nation in which Texas is blue. I won't accept it. Not going to happen.
No, so. I think you're right. I mean, we're looking at roughly 75,000 votes right at the moment in Texas. Looking a little bit at the reporting, some of the stronger Democratic points have already reported around the Gulf Coast. So now you're really looking at and a little bit back up towards Dallas. So now we're looking, the red counties have yet to fill in. I mean, there's a dozen red counties, but Texas is a huge state. I mean, we're talking millions of votes still out there that are going to go for President Trump that have yet to report. And so we're sitting here talking about, and mainstream media is getting excited. 8 million people have voted in the state of Texas, and Biden has a lead, but they're not thinking about the other millions of votes that are still outstanding in those red counties.
Yeah. I would look at what's it called? Cornyn's race. You can expect him to outperform the president by about 1%, 1 or 2%, because there's going to be just a handful of Texans that like Cornyn but who don't go for Trump. So do your numbers show how Cornyn's doing? I can't see from there.
So right now, 60% precincts reporting Cornyn. He has a 51 to 46% lead. So that is good for Republicans. They actually had felt like they could potentially flip that Senate seat as well. With 60% reporting, I don't see that happening.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Then I still feel safe about the president winning there. If Cornyn was doing poorly, Cornyn's going to outperform the president. That's just how Texas works. And so yeah, if he's doing well, then I think that bodes well for the president to do.
And I I will say, so Fox News has Democrats +1 on the Senate, which isn't surprising. I shared with someone earlier today. I felt like that the Republicans would probably hold the Senate, but at probably 51 seats. So it doesn't surprise me that the Democrats are +1 there. Currently,
are you saying wait, when you say +1, are they showing them as +1, they're going to gain 1 seat, or +1 is in they're going to be up 51-49?
No, they gained 1 seat. They flipped Colorado.
Okay, gotcha.
Hickenlooper has been projected the winner there. In the House races, they currently have Republicans 61-39. I really am interested in watching as those continue to roll in. There's a lot of people out there that have disagreed. You hear a lot of Republicans or conservative commentators have talked about flipping the House. I didn't, in my looking at the numbers, I didn't see a way for the Republicans to flip the House. But they are performing well tonight, so that is a good sign for the Republicans.
Definitely. I think it's possible, but again, I'm not going to try to guess on the House at this point. When pre-coronavirus, I did a several deep analyses into it, and I showed how it was. I mean, there was a very good chance of approximately 45 seats flipping for Republicans, with about a dozen seats flipping from red to blue, which would have given us a small majority. But I don't think that. I think you're right. I think that we might make gains. We might not. The House is just so crazy. You know, it really is. But I really do hope Cawthorn wins. Is it looking better? I haven't seen those numbers either.
He does seem to be doing pretty well out here in North Carolina. So I think, Seth, you were getting ready to say something.
Yeah, Fox News about 5-10 minutes ago went ahead and said that the Democrats are going to retain control of the House. My hope is that the Democrats will wise up and we don't have another 2 years of Speaker Pelosi, but I doubt that's going to change.
Yeah.
Oh, I careful what you wish for, though, because I can't. I mean, at this point, when you look at the House, Pelosi may be the most sane out of all of them.
That's fair.
I mean,
I can't think of another sane Democrat.
Yeah, she was a progressive, and now she's like a lukewarm moderate based upon the lurching of the Democrat Party to the left. It's pretty insane. I would, you know what? I'm so sick of Fox News. I'm so sick of all this stuff. And I'm going to get into one more conspiracy theory real quick. I'm sick of the media in general, mainstream media in general. There seems to be a narrative that they're promoting, a narrative that can go in one of two directions. Either it's designed to suspend disbelief in, again, what we're seeing with our own eyes, and make it to where a Biden win or a Pelosi win or a Schumer win is more acceptable to us. Or there's the notion that if they keep everybody, thinking that Biden's got a chance and the Democrats are going to win big on Capitol Hill, and then all of a sudden they don't, that's going to prompt revolution. I haven't trusted Fox News for about 8 or 9 years, but this year and specifically over, I would say, the last 3 months, they're garbage. I'm not talking about Tucker Carlson or Hannity, or I'm not talking about the Fox News, the opinion guys, the host people. I'm talking about the actual news department. The news department that to me is being essentially run. The shots are getting called by Paul Ryan, and that bugs me to death. And so I don't like any of them. I used to like Bret Baier a lot. I'm kind of lukewarm on him anymore. Hemmer, not crazy about him either. He seems to be a talking, just saying what he's supposed to say. Don't even get me started on Chris Wallace or Cavuto or any of those guys. I'm sick of their narratives. I'm not ready to call the House, and I think I'm smarter than Fox News.
No, I would agree. I'm not ready to call the House. I think that they very well will retain control, but I still think it's too early to call, especially when you're looking, again, I was sharing just a couple minutes ago with that race out in NC1, G.K. Butterfield, Sandy Smith. That race is tightening up. Looking a little bit at some of the other details coming in the state of North Carolina, Tom Tillis's race is tightening up. Just 60,000 votes separating him and Cal Cunningham. And the race for the presidency is tightening up here in North Carolina. So good news there. Still not great news as far as the state leadership goes, but that is good news as far as the national vote. Looking again, Dan Bishop has pulled ahead in his seat. So those are key things. And you asked a moment ago about Madison Cawthorn, and now my computer's not wanting to cooperate. He is ahead by about 11 points in his race. And those are official vote totals. These are not assumptions from anyone. This is not Fox News assuming. These are actual confirmed vote totals coming from the State Board of Elections and looking at what they're saying. So very, very interesting. Starting to see some data coming out of Minnesota now. New Mexico starting to feed in. 30% of New Mexico in. That is looking very strong for Joe Biden. Again, Texas is tightening up. Minnesota is as it continues to roll in their early vote initial reporting. Joe Biden has pulled ahead to a lead there. And I don't think anyone's yet called a race in Georgia yet. Eric, I've been looking a little bit. I don't know what you're seeing on your end as you're glancing through, but President Trump has pulled out a pretty good lead with about 50% of the precincts reporting. I know you were watching Fulton County. What are you finding?
Yeah, I don't see how he loses the state of Georgia at all. Fulton County has obviously pulled more ahead in favor of Joe Biden. I think it just took a little bit of time. But again, I'm not seeing anything that concerns me in that. We're looking at about 20% in, thereabouts. And you're looking at a pretty wide margin, almost 80-20 in Fulton County and everywhere in and around Atlanta. But it's not the percentages that concern me. It's how many votes. If you're knocking down to 80%, but yet you're leaving 30,000 votes on the table, where does that leave you if you're expecting to take Georgia? But again, Democrats thought it was in play. I don't believe so. I do not believe they're going to be able to carry that. And same thing here in the state of Florida. In fact, Trump is building on his lead. He's at 51, almost 51.5%. That's great. You got almost a little over 90% already reporting in. I'll feel comfortable with Florida. I would expect here before too long, somebody just go ahead and move that one over and make everybody feel good.
And I think we feel very comfortable with that here. JD's even shared that he felt comfortable with that. I don't see any path that Joe Biden wins the state of Florida at this point. So we're gonna stay very very comfortable in that.
Yeah, and it looks as if the red tide is moving over there. So I think your eyebrows are going to be safe. It looks as if the votes were coming in. Trump is taking the lead with about 65% of the vote in. I think those red counties that Jared made mention of are going to start to fill themselves in. The first ones that gained their votes were obviously in and around Austin, in and around the Gulf Coast, El Paso, if you will. Those have come and gone, and now the red counties are going to start to fill in. Hopefully, those senates can cross over to New Mexico. We could definitely use the support there, but I think Texas will ultimately go to Donald Trump.
So we'll pull our map back up. I know there's been some different people kind of messaging and talking over here on the side, talking about what different other media outlets have called for different ones. So we'll show you kind of where we're at currently, where we're comfortable. I feel pretty good about Texas and Georgia also moving over for President Trump. I'm proud that the race is tightening in North Carolina. Ohio and Michigan are still performing well for President Trump. So I feel like you could see a lot of red filling in to this map as we start looking around Texas and Georgia. I mean, if you think about this, if you turn Texas, Georgia, Ohio, and Michigan red, I think President Trump is very much in control of his own destiny at that point. But, a loss of any of those states could prove detrimental to his chances. So I think as long as he continues to perform well there, I feel like he's going to do very well in Arizona. I feel like he's going to do very well in Nevada, Idaho, Montana. I think he picks up all of those states. So, just to kind of give you a general picture, if where we're talking about for President Trump, let's say he turns all of these red that we're talking about here, and I imagine Louisiana will turn red. We're sitting at 245. So the key here is pointing out, we shared again the importance of the Pennsylvania. We shared the importance of North Carolina. With a potential loss of North Carolina, Pennsylvania becomes even more important for President Trump. I don't see any way forward without one of those two.
Currently, Fox News has him leaning Wisconsin leaning red. I don't know how many precincts have been, or how much the percentages has been reporting, but Wisconsin right now is currently leading red, which is going to be the 10 electoral votes. But I also think, as far as going back to the Arizona race, specifically at that, if Trump is able to do well with the Arizona race, that's also going to help out Martha McSally as well. I think he's going to lift her up with that if he does well in Arizona.
So got a quick one to add in there. Want to scoop the North Carolina boys. I just saw a tweet that said that Cawthorn won.
Yes. So looking at the data that I'm seeing from the state, 65% is in, and it does look like you could safely call that for Cawthorn at this point. A couple of the others, some of the others are not very surprising. Cawthorn is up by over 60,000 votes, and there's only just a handful of precincts left. So we can easily call that one. Looks like Ted Budd is going to stay in office. Patrick McHenry will retain his seat. Dan Bishop is still in the tight race. But Madison Cawthorn, that's a pretty big win for Republicans. Democrats, I think, had counted on that seat with kind of a little bit of a controversy in who Trump had put his support behind in the primary. But for Cawthorn to come out and perform like that, that's very good. And it also gives Republicans a young representative in Congress that will help offset that voice of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and some of these squad members that are so outspoken. I think Cawthorn can play a big role there.
He'll actually be the youngest in Congress, I think, ever, but definitely in Congress now if he wins.
And
But not the
something
least
very
mature.
Something
Say that
very
again?
interesting.
Yes.
So not the least mature.
I think AOC will take that one.
I think so.
I think Michigan's going to be very, very interesting. Fox just flashed up. Peters is getting beat pretty early.
Yeah.
And that's a huge difference maker in the event. Tom Tillis is not able to be successful. I'll take a wash for a senator to be lost, particularly in a state like Michigan. Obviously, I would hate for Tom Tillis if he's not successful and he loses to such a scumbag like Kyle Cunningham. But if that is the case and we're able to make up the difference and pick up one in Michigan, a net zero, I could live with that.
There were two Senate races that we were really watching closely, or I was really watching closely, that we felt like would flip. One was Doug Jones in Alabama. We really didn't see any way possible that Tommy Tuberville would not win that seat. He is up by almost 100,000 votes with 25% reporting.
That's big.
And I think that's a big pickup for Republicans, but I also felt like that race in Michigan. I wrote about that several months ago at the Liberty Loft website, and 187,000 votes with 20% reporting. John James is up. That's big for Republicans. A win there would very much make me believe that President Trump will easily carry the state of Michigan. In South Carolina, Lindsey Graham is up by almost 100,000 votes now.
Yeah. And, if for whatever reason North Carolina comes into play and Biden's able to pick that up, now the magical three that I made mention of earlier, now Trump's got to have two of those in at least Ohio or Pennsylvania. If it wasn't for North Carolina, he would be all right with picking up Pennsylvania in one of either Michigan, Minnesota, or Wisconsin. Now, for whatever reason, if North Carolina does indeed fall to Biden, now he's got to pick up two. It doesn't matter which one. Michigan's a must. But he's going to have to split the difference and at least pick up either Wisconsin or Minnesota. But all indications would mean that he would probably pick up Wisconsin and not Minnesota. But we'll see.
Yeah, what Burgess owns one. Oh, no, that was Michael Burgess. Never mind. Wrong guy.
One that's really surprising me, I was looking back. So Fox News has called North Dakota for Donald Trump, which would easily make sense. But yet Decision Desk has yet to call that race. They've yet to report that. They may have not asked Twitter for approval to
Okay,
call that
okay.
race yet. So we'll
Hey, JD, you
wait
want
for
to tweet
Twitter
that
to give
out
that
just to see
approval.
if we
About
get the
to.
okay?
Yeah. Can we call? Hey, at Jack.
Yeah. Send Jack a tweet. Make sure he approves.
Another one that I'm really watching closely. I really want to see some of the Iowa results with Joni Ernst.
Yeah.
I think that is another key Senate race that the Democrats were really banking on. McSally, I think the recent polls look good for her. I think that President Trump could easily lift her there. Iowa, Maine, and North Carolina were the 3 Senate races I was really watching. North Carolina is looking like it could be a struggle for Tillis. Maine looks good for Collins. So I'm really interested to see what happens. And then the Michigan pickup would be huge.
Yeah, very much so.
So you were talking a moment ago about the New York Times, JD. They're calling Florida, saying it's pretty much for Trump at this point. 80% reporting in North Carolina, Biden plus 1.8. Pennsylvania, Biden is still ahead there, but not a lot of data. But they're reporting very strong numbers for Georgia and Michigan there as well.
Well, North Carolina actually it's 85% in, and Donald Trump is 0.6% behind Joe Biden now. So it is definitely crunch time. If you're 0.5%, that's an automatic recall almost. The way that I take a look at that. So I think it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be very, very interesting. But with 85% in, 49.7% Joe Biden, 49.1% Donald Trump. So
Can you guys go see if you can, I don't know, throw some ballots in the hopper or something?
Well,
it's also
we were
postmarked by today, right?
we know that the New York Post was reporting earlier that multiple dead people had already voted in the city of New York. So maybe we'll find some of those in the state of North Carolina to help put us over the top.
Well, and
I heard in
I will
Florida
tell
it's
you,
multiple dead people voting multiple times.
Yeah.
That's even better. I mean, especially if they're voting on the right side, I guess, right?
Even more impressive.
I will tell you, it does make me feel good that a lot of counties, very conservative counties in and around where Jared and I live, they have not completed their ballot counts yet. Catawba County, where we live, that's just starting to feed in. So if those remaining ballots are out there, that is great for Trump, and that should start to feed in a little bit. So we'll see how that pans out.
So as we're sitting here and we're obviously we're getting up looking at about some more results that'll start coming in the next 20 minutes. JD, let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the next few days. So we know the Democrats have already laid out the plan that Donald Trump has colluded with Russia. They've ran this plan for 4 years. They've already said that he's colluding with Russia for votes this time. But President Trump has also laid out the clear accusations against Joe Biden and his relationship with China. And then the national security experts say both have been trying to interfere in our election. So either side wins. Where do they start placing blame? I mean, because neither are going to accept a defeat. Someone's going to place the blame somewhere.
It'll depend upon how close it really is. So if they want to, they're going to start pushing the blame in, not necessarily foreign, because both of them have a lot to lose if they push the foreign side. The Democrats have actually more to lose than the Republicans because the as you noted, the Republican case for foreign involvement with the candidates is much stronger, for China's involvement with Biden than with President Trump's involvement with Russia. So if it's a close enough race, then they're going to look at voter suppression. They're going to look at voter fraud, depending upon who it is. If it's a blowout, and guys, keep in mind, it still can be. We look at these numbers and it's like, oh, it's so close. It's so close. At the end of the day, if President Trump wins, Ohio, let's say he pulls out North Carolina, gets Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona. If he ends up with 350 electoral votes, but the margins are close, the Democrats are going to call for a different type of, I guess, confusion play. And here's the thing. I think that if Joe Biden wins, no matter what, and this isn't necessarily an insult to President Trump, but if Joe Biden wins, then he will contest it. And he will fire. At that point, he has literally nothing to lose, and he will use whatever resources are available to him. And we're not just talking about Rudy Giuliani and Steve Bannon. We're talking about anything he can, any allies he's got in the business world and in the tech world. If he has to call on Russia, he's going to try to figure out a way to demonstrate that Joe Biden cheated. Because, as I keep saying, if Joe Biden wins, it is because he cheated, and not necessarily him as an individual or even the Democratic Party as a whole, but whoever it is that, wherever all of these shenanigans are coming from, George Soros, Bill Gates, I don't know, Michael Bloomberg, a combination of the three, New World Order, Satan, whatever. Okay. Pick your bad guy, latch onto that. We'll never know who it is in reality, but we can try to find out what was done. I think that's what the president will do. So for the next few days, if Joe Biden is declared a winner, President Trump will attack it, and he will attack it from a voter fraud perspective. If President Trump wins, the Democrats will attack it if it's close from a fraud and suppression perspective. If it's wider, they'll attack it from a broader, I guess you could say, more nefarious perspective. They'll go along the lines of President Trump. I do have to run real quick again, so I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you so much, Jared. Let's definitely do this again before next election.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for joining. We appreciate you coming on the show and spending a little bit of your time. And hopefully we'll have some good news tomorrow morning we can talk about.
Oh, either way, it's good news. You know what? If Joe Biden wins, it just gives us fodder to attack, and we can assume that it's that we're entering into the end times, and praise God, because we'll soon get to meet him. There's always a silver lining, right?
JD,
Yeah,
you'll be
sure.
happy to know before you leave, they've kicked Kansas over for Donald Trump. So
nice.
Yep.
You don't even want to know what I was going to shave if they lost Kansas.
All right. Well, thanks so much, JD. We appreciate you joining.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, take care.
Update from the New York Times that North Carolina is 95% likely for President Trump, according to the Times. I don't know if you guys are able to see that or not.
Well,
Yeah, looking at that right now,
Campaign is also-
they're predicting they're getting ready to call Florida for President Trump. Now, I want you to see. I'm showing you the New York Times. This is our map right now, so I want you to see. We've already called Florida for President Trump. We have held off on North Carolina because it is close. I want to see a little more data. We feel like we're very close to calling Texas and probably Georgia for President Trump. There's a lot of good data coming out of Michigan and Wisconsin for President Trump. So there's going to be a lot more red on this map probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes. I don't want anyone out there to be scared. I'm seeing some comments sitting there talking about Indiana. We called Indiana for President Trump some time ago based on the data that we were seeing. So mainstream media is finally catching up with us. We're looking at the real live numbers. They're obviously wanting to play this out. This is where we have it standing right now. President Trump with 139 electoral college votes, then Joe Biden with 129. If you want the comparisons, here's what Fox News has. They haven't quite called up. If they would assign Florida, they would be tied. We know they're getting ready to assign Florida, and they've refused to assign South Carolina. So here's what we're looking at currently on our part. This is what we feel very confident in predicting. We're still digging through some of the numbers. So Seth, what are you looking at? I mean, we've talked about different races, different viewpoints, and different things. What are you looking at right now? What are you watching very closely over the next little bit?
Well, obviously, since we live in North Carolina, just keeping a close eye on that. I'm also interested to see exactly how well he's doing in Wisconsin, and seeing. I'd like to see, as far as in the coming days and some of the data that's coming out there, what the riots, especially in Kenosha, and those southern areas in Wisconsin near Milwaukee, which is very much a liberal stronghold. And seeing how much of an impact that is there. I also want to see exactly and keep an eye out. And I think Lindsey Graham is continuing to do well over Jamie Harrison. It is. The other thing is another Georgia race. I think Purdue is going to win, but I also think, is it Loeffler? And I'm not pronouncing her name correctly. I think that's going to end up being a runoff race, which I personally think she'll end up winning. But I think Georgia is going to stay red. and I think the two Senate seats are going to stay red there as well. But I was like the last election when John Jones ran in Michigan, I was disappointed he didn't win. I was a big fan of his, so I'm glad to see that he's doing well tonight. But just in short, those are the few things that I'm looking at, especially as in the coming days as we start to learn more about the data and how that's going to be looked at.
So we were talking a little bit about North Carolina, 81% reporting in Mecklenburg County. Union County is just starting to put some votes out there. Typically, Union County does tend to go to the Republicans. A lot of the surrounding counties around Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus, Stanley, generally lean to the Republican side. So there's still a lot of Republican votes in the state of North Carolina that we are expecting to come in. Wake County is still showing only 14%, so there's a lot of votes in Wake County that will go to Joe Biden. But some of the other counties that were typically very strong Democratic holds in North Carolina have been very close. I'm looking at, for example, Nash County. President Trump lost Nash County, it looks by 49 votes in Nash County.
Wow.
So that's how close the race is in some of these North Carolina counties. A lot of the coastal counties have yet to report, and a lot of those are also Republican strongholds. So just to give an update of there, Fox News currently has the prediction, the Senate, 43 seats predicted for the Democrats, a net gain of 1. For the House, they have Republicans 75, Democrats 48. But we know there are a lot of House seats out in California that the Democrats will pick up. So that is definitely going to change at some point in the next little bit. I want to go back and talk a little bit more about Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan. Minnesota, 30% of the vote in. It is a 60-30 split right now. Basically, I know that's not 100%. I'm just giving you the rough numbers of what I'm seeing, 64-33. Joe Biden handily winning Minnesota at the moment. Wisconsin, President Trump is leading in Wisconsin with 30% reporting, and in Michigan, 25% reporting. And President Trump has a very good lead in the state of Michigan. So that's very good news for President Trump. Fox News is still yet. Sorry.
That's okay. He's doing extremely well in Ohio.
Yeah.
It's didn't start out good. Again, that was a lot of that early vote. Same thing in Pennsylvania. He's making a lot of ground up in Pennsylvania, and we'll see how that goes. But if they split the difference, if for whatever reason Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, and for whatever reason Joe Biden doesn't pull it out in North Carolina and Trump does, and he picks up Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona, party's over. So I feel really, really good, even if he's not able to carry Pennsylvania. But in that sense, North Carolina would be very, very crucial. So
let's talk about this again. I know we're talking a lot about North Carolina, battleground state, our home state, and we'll talk about some others as they continue to roll in. What's really surprising to me, as we have almost 75% of the precincts reporting, if North Carolina swings to President Trump, as it looks like it could potentially do, it's going to be very, very close. If it swings to President Trump, how does Roy Cooper defeat Dan Forest? That really is surprising to me. You would think that the Republicans would carry the state. We see that Mark Robinson has pulled ahead of his challenger. We see that down the ballots, the Republicans, they seem to be struggling, though, still in North Carolina in a lot of these tight races.
What's the AG Josh Stein and Jim O'Neill race look like? I haven't seen that one yet.
Stein was up.
Yeah, Josh Stein is leading that race.
Yeah. I think North Carolina has been, if I'm not mistaken, with the exception of the 2 years that Obama was in, because I think Bev Perdue was the governor and then Mike Easley, they tend to match up, or they tend to it always seems like there's never a Republican governor in North Carolina when we have a Republican president. The last one that I can think of, well, I mean, even Roy, Pat McCrory was he was with Obama as well. So I can't think of a time where we had the state house as far as the governor, but also we're in the White House as well. It always seems like it's the opposite or it's the same for the Democrats, because you have Governor Easley and then you had Governor Perdue, both with Obama in office. I think Easley might have been the tail end of Bush, but that just goes back to what I was saying as far as the split. Fortunately, if Mark Robinson pulls out, if Dan Forest looks like he's not going to win, fortunately, as far as how things are set up in the state of North Carolina, the lieutenant governor does have a lot more, quote, power, excuse me, a lot more power than what the governor does. So that's a positive. The one thing that I think Mark Robinson can do really well, since he is an outsider, but at the same time, I'm also interested to see how he's going to govern as a lieutenant governor should he win.
So I will say, looking a little bit, it looks like some have made a call out in New Mexico, calling that for Joe Biden. I'm not convinced that that's a safe call yet. There's still not enough data there to make that call. Again, looking at the different media outlets, a lot are not calling Florida. They're not matching us. I feel very confident with President Trump in Florida. Most all of them have transitioned over to President Trump in North Carolina, which is a big relief for us. And Ohio, as Eric mentioned a moment ago, performing well. Michigan performing well. Georgia performing very, very well for President Trump. So those are great things. The New York Times is currently transitioning. They're saying President Trump 95% in North Carolina, 85% in the state of Georgia. They refuse to call Florida because they know that if they call the state of North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, you're looking at 4 more years of President Trump. And I don't see any way around that. If he calls those states, it's going to be a very tough run. Another key state to look at is Pennsylvania. We've talked about that several times throughout the night. Looking at Pennsylvania, still only roughly 20% of the vote reporting, according to Fox News, with Joe Biden having about a 75,000 vote lead. I was looking at the decision desk to see kind of what they are showing. They have updated. They're looking at about 40%, and Joe Biden is only up by 40,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania. It is very possible Joe Biden will lose Pennsylvania, and that's his home state. Scranton boy said that he could not lose his home state of Pennsylvania. I believe in one of his stump speeches said there was no way he could lose Scranton. That was his hometown. That was his people. Yeah, Joe, it looks like you could very well be in trouble in Pennsylvania.
One thing, Jared, just real quick, Fox News has called that they are calling the race for President Trump to win South Carolina, and they're also calling the race for Lindsey Graham over Jamie Harrison. They've just announced those two as President Trump picking up South Carolina and Lindsey Graham retaining his seat.
So I go back to what we said a few minutes ago. It's nice to see some of these mainstream media outlets finally starting to realize that these races could be called. When you look at the data, you look at the things that are coming out, it's easy to call these races. And perhaps maybe they're just lagging behind with some of their reporting and such getting up to the desk. But for example, I'm almost to the point where I'm ready to call the state of Texas to President Trump. He has pulled out a very strong lead in the state of Texas. So I don't think we're far. Yeah, I don't think we're very far from that at all. Georgia has pulled a very strong lead for President Trump, and I don't see how any media outlet is not called the state of Florida for President Trump. He's up almost 500,000 votes. While granted, I mean, I'm looking at the state of Florida now. Broward County completely reported. Miami-Dade County only has just a couple precincts out. Palm Beach County only just a couple precincts out. Everything else. We're looking at areas where this is not going to be enough votes to pull this out for Joe Biden. It's just not going to happen. You're looking at still Madison County, Taylor County, Liberty County. They still have reports, and those are Republican strongholds. Many of the other places Joe Biden is waiting for votes, there's just not going to be the votes there. Duval County, 99% in, and President Trump ran it very, very close there. That is a race that everyone should have called by this point for President Trump. And it's really surprising to me they have not done that.
I've been following Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, on Parler. She is getting quite frustrated, as well as the campaign. She sent out a Parler I can't. I know with Twitter, it's a tweet. I can't remember what it is. Is it a parlay? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
parlay. Yep.
It's like it's time to call Florida. Fact: President Trump will win Florida. Question: How long will it take for the media to acknowledge? Apparently, we're still waiting to find that out. But the campaign's getting antsy about that as well. It seems like the obvious is happening, but yet the obvious with the media is also happening, and they're not gonna tilt anything in favor of Trump unless they absolutely positively have to.
No,
I'm
and
interested in the Iowa race. I'd like to see
Very much so.
how that pans out. I really think Iowa could be a toss up. I think that would be a nice surprise for President Trump. I'd hate to say, hey, every vote matters, but every vote does matter. But that's definitely 6 that he could stick in his cap, and that would be greatly beneficial for him. But I really think he stands a shot there in Iowa.
talking about Senate races, let's just go through a couple of those here. So Tommy Tuberville is up by about 180,000 votes down in Alabama. That would be a gain for Republicans as well. We also see David Perdue, Kelly Loeffler, in Georgia doing well. I think that Susan Collins, while Maine is still lagging behind in the reporting here, 10% in, she's up by 17,000 votes. That does go well for her. John James has pulled out a very commanding lead in Michigan with 30% of the precincts reporting. That is a seat that very well could flip. So even as you start looking down the line, we've got Lindsey Graham's race called. We've got some of these others that were concerned. Mitch McConnell's race, they felt like they had a chance there. So I think that you can look at this. Tom Tillis is probably the last incumbent that in Joni Ernst. Those are the two that we have to look at. But if Republicans perform well with this race in Michigan and others, I think they do hold that lead. I've said all along I felt like they would win 51 seats in the Senate and hold the majority there, and they do look like they are well on their way to doing that.
All right, so Fox News is about to call Iowa.
We are seeing a lot of information coming back in also from some House races. Democrats are picking up a lot of House races that are reporting in some of the locations in Georgia, North Carolina that are some of those Democratic held areas. Those are going to the Democrats, and just like we expected, a couple of the races in Ohio are still too close to call. A couple in South Carolina.
Yeah, Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania, which is a great sign. He's starting to push that up a little bit. Definitely pushing up the lead there in Ohio. That's huge for him. I mean, if you're talking about another 100,000, 130,000 votes with nearly 80% in, that's a good sign.
Yes, absolutely. So I know you were saying that about them and the call in Iowa. I haven't seen an official call come across yet, but go ahead and if you do happen to see that.
I think I spoke too soon. I think they were talking about that, and Nevada were being too early to call as of right now.
So one thing that is interesting, if you look at the Fox News totals that they have, President Trump is up by 1.5 million votes currently in the popular vote. That's interesting. We know that's going to change when you get over into California. We know that's going to transition as the amount of voters that they have. But that is very interesting as we're sitting here looking at these votes roll in. He is leading the popular vote across the East and the Midwest. That is a huge win for President Trump.
You guys remember the other thing that you were asking me earlier, Jared, about some of the stuff that I was looking at? There is a Republican, and I can't recall his name. He was the gentleman that helped thwart the terrorist attack on the Paris train a few years ago, and he's running for Congress in a district just outside of Portland. And I think about a week or so ago, I saw that he had pulled ahead of his Democratic challenger. So that's something to look at. Even though the Democrats probably going to retain control of the House, that would be a good pickup if we can keep that, especially in a very unsuspected area for Republicans to have success.
Another thing that I'm really watching closely, no one has called the state of New Hampshire. And I know, Eric, I talked to you about that a minute ago. Looking at that, New Hampshire is just really slow at getting their results reported in. But President Trump is performing very well in the state of New Hampshire. And I know this is a state that they felt like he would perform well in. So we're looking at it. President Trump in some of these precincts, for example, in Grafton County, he's down by 1,400 votes. Sullivan County, he is down by 220 votes. Cheshire County, he's down by 5,000 votes. So in Hillsborough County, he's down by 280 votes roughly. President Trump could still perform well in that area. There's no county, I believe, that's anywhere above 60%. I think it's the highest. Most are in the 20s and 30% of reports. That's good for President Trump performing there. I don't suspect he will win the state of New Hampshire, but I do think that is a strong performance for President Trump. 25% reporting in Pennsylvania. President Trump is in the lead there. 75% reporting in the state of Ohio. President Trump is leading. I'm looking at some of the counties. We're still waiting on Cuyahoga County in Ohio to report up by Cleveland. That will be a Democratic stronghold. But there's a lot of red states that have yet to fill in the state of Ohio. So I think President Trump is looking good there. Wisconsin, early votes, he's up by 40,000 with 35% of the precincts reporting. This map is filling in quite nicely for President Trump.
Yeah, I was just, when you were just saying that, Eric, Jared, I noticed that as far as Ohio specifically, I think Biden is just ahead by maybe 100,000, if that. And then also with North Carolina, it's in a virtual statistical tie. I think Trump is behind by maybe 2,000 votes. So it is really, really close. And that was based on what Fox News is reporting.
So in Ohio, up-to-date situation here, or up-to-date statistics reporting here, President Trump's up by 100,000 votes. In the state of North Carolina, I'm showing about a 30,000 vote difference. So yes, it is in essence a statistical tie as they're reporting. But in Michigan and in Wisconsin, it's thousands of votes. We're not talking a few thousand votes. In Michigan, we're talking he's up 17 points.
Yeah, and in Wisconsin, we're talking about 45,000 votes, 50,000 votes. That's huge. That's huge.
So I want to go back. So we talked about this with JD, and I know he was getting worried about his eyebrows a little bit for the state of Texas. But I want to go back and talk about Texas for just a minute. So we have 77% roughly of Texas reporting, and it has transitioned over to President Trump. He is in a lead there of a couple 100,000 votes. How big is it, though, that Democrats have performed this well in the state of Texas, which is a notorious Republican stronghold?
Well,
I think it goes back to the success that Beto had back in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another thing looking forward, because in 2022, I think Ted Cruz has said he's not going to run for re-election. Beto is probably going to run for that as well. But as Texas continues to get more and more purple, I think we could be another one or two presidential election cycles away to where we see the unthinkable. But at the same time, California it was once red at some point, but I just don't know what's going on with Texas and why the Republicans are losing such a foothold.
So I think one thing you said earlier, Eric, and I want to go back and bring this up again here.
Sure.
You talked a little bit about Dan Forest and how Dan really needed to be out there doing some things differently to help himself in this election and in this campaign. So let's talk a little bit about that. So Dan Forest, I'm looking at the up-to-date 80% reporting in North Carolina, according to the State Board of Elections. He's down by 270,000 votes. But to your point, Mark Robinson, who was pretty outspoken, was pretty adamant about these restrictions and things that Roy Cooper had in place. He was very outspoken, ahead by 130,000 votes.
Well, as North Carolina has just now flipped in favor of Donald Trump, he is up about 3,000 votes. That is a good sign. But I want to say this, and this is not a racial comment in any way. One of the good things about the lieutenant governor race here in the state of North Carolina is you had two minorities. a minority female, and a minority male. And Mark Robertson was very vocal in his campaign about that and saying the fact that, look, we're going to talk about the issues. We're not going to talk about race. And why are we not going to talk about race? Because we have 2 African Americans that are running for the exact same seat. So we can push all that to the side. And his opponent was a huge proponent of systemic racism and things of that nature. And Mark Robertson didn't buy into the buy into that whole thing. The issue with Roy Cooper is that he was very divisive, but he's very clever in what in how he led his campaign. And by doing that, he stuck to COVID. He knew that he had to stick to something. And on a national scale, that's the exact same fear mongering that the entire Democratic Party was playing on. That's what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were hinging their bets on. And we'll see if it actually works. Cooper knew that he had to stick to something. He couldn't stick to jobs. And I've reported numerous times, in particular because of COVID, North Carolina was second in the nation for jobs lost as a direct result of his executive orders. Small businesses closed. But again, you push that fear, and fear can do a lot. Fear is a great motivator. It's a great deterrent as well. But I think that's how Mark Robinson was successful, is because he knew that if I just go ahead and get this crap out of the way about everything being about race, let's talk about the issues. A black candidate and a black candidate have a very hard time attacking each other on race. So now we have to talk about the issues. He was great at that.
Yeah. So some of the early reporting coming out of Iowa, I know Fox News is saying only 4% are in, and Joni Ernst is down by 3,000 votes. But again, we're looking at multiple data points as we're going through this. I'm looking at another set of data points that's dropped. She's down with 4% reporting, down by 35,000 votes. So again, very, very early in Iowa, and it would not surprise me if we don't see a similar thing that we saw in some of these other states. We shared this earlier. Starts out for the Democrats and it transitions late because of those absentee ballots. So we know that's happened in North Carolina. We saw that. We also see it happening as a decision desk. We're sitting. They have it 41 for Democrats in the Senate, 40 for Republicans. They have the Republicans losing 2 House seats overall so far, and they also have already called the North Carolina governor race for Roy Cooper, the incumbent. Again, Dan Forest has been trailing by about 300,000 votes or so there all evening. It looks like that roughly 99% are reporting, and Roy Cooper is holding on strong there. So it does not look good for our good friend Dan Forest, but it is transitioning a little bit for President Trump in North Carolina.
Yeah, and with him being up almost 30,000 votes, almost just like that. And what we had talked about earlier, there was a lot of red counties yet to report. Caswell County, for example, that sits on the Virginia line, that is agricultural country. That is Trump country. And now that's started to fill in. I feel great about that. He's building on that lead in North Carolina. So I want to pull back up on one of the maps that I'm keeping track of and leaning towards. It's not wishful thinking. I think it's very educated guesses. Let's see what happens with Pennsylvania. Should Trump pull out North Carolina, he picks up Ohio. He doesn't even need to pick up Pennsylvania. It would be great. But if he loses Pennsylvania and he picks up Wisconsin and Michigan, Arizona and Utah, it's over, man. It's game over.
So let's talk
would be a great prize.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Arizona. So 70% of the precincts they are reporting, according to what I'm seeing here with Fox News. And let me get back to their map here. Sorry. So they're saying 70% reporting in. Joe Biden leading by about 220,000 votes there. I want to pull up the Senate race. I think that's one that we've talked about a lot.
But one of the biggest outliers there is that Maricopa County is not reporting. They're at 0%. So they are reporting some, but Maricopa County, that's a huge, huge district there. And that really should benefit Donald Trump. So initial results, I look to see Arizona the exact same way as North Carolina, the exact same way as Pennsylvania, and the exact same way as Ohio. They had a lot of early votes. Arizona's had their hands full with COVID-19. I think a lot of individuals cast their ballots early, particularly for in favor of Joe Biden. But I really see when the smoke clears and as we get more votes in, you're going to start to see that push. We'll see. But
I do think Arizona will tighten up. Just to bring it up again, Martha McSally down by also around 200,000 votes. So it does look like the votes are gonna stay along party lines there. It's not like in North Carolina where President Trump may win, but a Democratic governor may carry. President Trump has pulled out a pretty good lead here in North Carolina, but that may not happen in some states. So we're looking like in most states, it's staying along party lines. In North Carolina, that unique split. It's very interesting. Now, one thing, we talk about this a lot in the southern states, and we can talk about this here. One of the things we talk about is the old school Democrats. And we know there are a lot of Democrats around that will still stay registered Democrats and everything else. So we do see that in North Carolina a lot. We have a lot of Democrats that will vote Republican. So that's not surprising that's happening. So I just saw a question from Aaron on Facebook. He asked about Mark Robinson in North Carolina. Currently, 82% of the precincts are reporting, and Mark Robinson's up by 130,000 votes. Again, Dan Forrest.
That's a great lead.
It is. I think that we can feel pretty confident with Mark Robinson there. Dan Forrest is trailing by about 270,000 votes. It does look like the Attorney General race is tightening up with Jim O'Neill pulling much closer. Some of the others that were in this Council of State, as it's called in North Carolina, are pulling a little bit closer. So that's a good thing for the Republicans overall, but it is still very, very
What's the margin there with Kyle Cunningham and Tillis?
So I was just pulling that up. Right now, Tom Tillis has pulled ahead of Cal Cunningham in the North Carolina Senate race. He is up by about 60,000 votes. So he is following the same path as President Trump. Now, one thing, again, I go back to what I was saying just a moment ago. We would have expected that the Republicans would have voted Republican, Democrats would have voted Democrat. We're seeing that on the federal level in this race across the state of North Carolina, but we are not seeing it in the state elections. So we're seeing it in Tom Tillis, Donald Trump, pretty close to the same vote counts, but we're not seeing it on down the party lines. So it's very interesting. I've brought up this District 1 race several times. Our good friend Sandy Smith out there, one precinct left to report, but she's down by about 30,000 votes roughly. That was one we were going to watch. I really felt like that if G.K. Butterfield had came out very strong with a large commanding lead, it was going to be a very, very bad night for Republicans in that area of the House. But it looks like it's going to stay status quo in a lot of things, a lot of seats.
And North Carolina is, and Seth alluded to this as well. North Carolina is very strange in how they do that. They will trust Republicans on the federal level, but not on the state level, or vice versa. And I would honestly have to say we're probably one of the only states that do it that way. And I don't know why. For the life of me, I can't ever figure that out. But I would say traditionally the last 50 years we've been that way. It's very interesting on how our state operates.
Yeah. So I want to go ahead, getting some more data that we're looking through. 70% reporting in Texas. President Trump has pulled out about a 300,000 vote lead there. Over 50% reporting in Utah. President Trump has pulled a significant lead there as well. I think we're getting very close to calling that race. I'm still confused as to why we've not called the Florida race. Still confused as to why that a lot of the mainstream media outlets have not called several of these races. It's going to be very interesting. I'm waiting specifically
in Georgia.
on
He is up. In Georgia, he's up 340,000 votes. I mean, it's
so in Georgia. The key is watching the cluster around the Atlanta area: Cobb County, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County. All of those are Democratic strongholds. And if you're looking, for example, Cobb County, 26% reporting. Fulton County is reporting 24%. DeKalb County, 1%. Gwinnett, 0%. So they're just starting to cast those votes or drop those votes in. The rest of the state is very strong Republican. You do have some, and don't panic when I say this. There are some Democratic areas, but in generally speaking, it's all red. Andy just commented, and we'll put this up here on the screen. He asked if they had called Trump for North Carolina yet. They have not. However, it is growing increasingly likely that we will see a lot of places call that very soon. We're sitting at around 99% now with the last dump from the North Carolina Board of Elections, the data dump that they do. President Trump with a 40,000 vote lead is what I'm seeing here. That is very, very close. And I think that you're going to wait until they have probably one or two more smaller precincts report before that race gets called.
Now, yeah, and the interesting thing is, too, how many outstanding absentee ballots and mail-in ballots does the state of North Carolina have? And if you, let's say you're at that 25 or 30,000 mark, how many are still out there? Because as you know, our state's allowing 9 extra days for those ballots to be counted. So
For reasons passing understanding.
yes, but one thing I want to move over to Michigan, and I made mention of this when we first started talking about the state and how well Donald Trump is going to show in the city of Detroit, which is Wayne County. He's actually doing very, very well. He's almost 43% with 43% in. I think that's a great showing. We're talking about UAW country. We're talking about all the United Auto Workers. And I think if he does well, if he stays in and around that 45%, that's great union representation. I think that may be something we could take a look at as we move over into Nevada. I think that's really helping him out in the state of Ohio. The exact same thing with United Steelworkers in Pennsylvania. So if he shows a really good showing in somewhere like Wayne County, maybe that's a good indication of how this is going to go. If he's getting great support in strong union stronghold counties, that's a great positive, particularly in states like Nevada, Ohio, and Pennsylvania.
No, you're right. And so someone is, we were also talking a little bit about having called the race for President Trump. So the reason the race in North Carolina has not been called, Andy, to go back to your question when you were asking, it goes back to Wake County. So if you look at the results in Wake County, 41 of 206 voting precincts have reported out of Wake County. That's only 20%. There are roughly 556,000 ballots that were cast in that district that are registered here. So they've not counted anywhere close to all of those yet. There's going to be a lot of more information coming out of Wake County. That is a very much a Democratic stronghold. Now, if you look at some of the other counties, there's still some Republican counties to fill in. But now the other Democrat strongholds we've been talking about, Orange County, 100% reported. Durham County, 88% reported. Chatham County is 60% reported. So this is starting to fill in nicely for Republicans in North Carolina. You've still got a few stragglers out on the coast that we talked about. Duplin County is still lagging a little behind. Sampson County, Dare County, all Republican strongholds. Don't envision any of that transitioning. The other big one, though, is that Mecklenburg County is almost fully reported, so that will help. And McDowell County is lagging a little bit. If you're in North Carolina listening to us and watching, it gives you a little insight as to why North Carolina has yet to be called. And
I want to know what's going on in Union County. They must really have some issues. Only 15%, and that's a great Trump area. And to only have 15% reported in, they must have an issue. Same as Wake County. And if it was just waiting on Union County, we would call it for President Trump. Oh, absolutely. No questions asked. So we're not sitting here trying to sit on that for any reason. We just don't feel comfortable yet. It looks promising, looks good for President Trump in North Carolina.
but that's kind of where it sits right now. One of the other things I really want to try to dig into it, Eric, if you can pull it up, look a little bit on Texas's data points. They're reporting about 70%. Trump's still up by 300,000. I'd love to know a little bit more where those votes are outstanding. I'm looking currently in the state of Michigan. It looks like that a lot of those areas around Detroit that you were talking about half reported. The rest of the Republican strongholds, they're slowly coming in. That looks good for Trump in Michigan. Looking up in Wisconsin, again, you've got right around Milwaukee. You knew that was going to be a Biden stronghold. They're almost completely reported. The map is starting to fill in red for President Trump. That is a good sign. So lots of interesting things.
Yeah, and looking at Texas, again, the counties in which are not reporting or the ones right there on the Mexican border, luckily, they would tend to go a little bit more on the Trump side. But even if they switched a little bit, they are not very densely populated counties. So I don't see any major shifts there. The Brooks County, the DeMitt County, the Webb County, that's Beto O'Rourke territory. And those are 100% reporting. So I think what you're going to start to see is the rest of the counties that are going to fill in very nicely for Donald Trump. And again, you've got Williamson County, Travis County, Bexar County. And for the most part, they're either completely 100% tabulated or they're at that 70, 80%. So I would say you give Texas another 30, 45 minutes at the very most. And I think that the media outlets, if not that, will be able to go ahead and call Texas and feel a little bit better. And JD won't have to shave his eyebrows. So
I'm looking currently at Texas, and I'm almost to the point I'm ready to call Texas based off of what you found there. I think that, again, looking through the data as we start looking through what we're seeing, if all of this continues to come back, I really would like to see a little more stronger data out of North Carolina. I feel like Florida, North Carolina, or Florida, we've already called. They're going to have to call Florida. But I think North Carolina, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania could all go to President Trump. And if that happens, you're looking at another 4 years easily of President Trump. We would be able to call that very, very quickly. I don't think we would have any hesitancy in that.
And if he's able to pick up Pennsylvania, he maintains Wisconsin, Michigan. Biden can pick up Arizona if he wishes. But if Trump is able to carry North Carolina, he picks up Pennsylvania, maintains Wisconsin and Michigan, it's game over. So,
just for kicks and giggles, I turned over to CNN.
Did you lose a bet?
No, I didn't. I wanted to see exactly how things are being reported over there. So if you look at our map and then you look at Fox News, and even if you were to take a look at the New York Times, if you flip it over to CNN, currently their electoral map, obviously needing the 270 to win, Biden, of what they have called, has 89 electoral votes, and Trump has 72. They've got crucial battlegrounds that they're waiting to call: North Carolina, Ohio, Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Virginia. Too early to call.
Well, Jared made the point on Virginia, and he was not even going with Fox News on that. Fox News was very, very early in claiming Virginia.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Yeah, and Jared was going by the counties there and doing a great job in that. And Biden is not pulling the votes like you would think that he would in that Nova region, Fairfax County, and all
and
of that.
This is the reason I would say I feel pretty confident that that President Trump will not win Virginia. So if you look at the totals here, 55% reporting, he only has a 200,000 vote advantage. When you dig in, this is all blue here. So when you look at this, we know Prince William, Fairfax, all of these right here are blue. There's no change. And then you also have
transients, man.
You also have blue that's down here in this lower right corner that you see here. Now, a lot of these have already reported. That's good. These will fill in red here. This is all blue. So when
Yeah.
you consider that, and these votes that are up here in this northeastern portion of Virginia, that's a lot of votes. So we're not talking about just a few, we're talking a lot. So Biden is going to win the state of Virginia. I have no hesitancy in calling that. Again, here you can see President Trump, what Fox News is showing. They're showing 91% having reported. So I'm going to show you Fox News's map, but let me flip here. This will show you where we stand currently on our map. We have President Trump with 139, Democrats with 129. And again, we're very, very close to calling these. So again, we call Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You see what that's done to the map. It makes a very, very clear path for President Trump. You push that, you've won. So there's a clear path for him to win. I don't think that I don't think that there's any challenge here at all for President Trump to have a chance to win. It's just a way for him to get these votes where they're counted and get these turned over quickly. That's what we're waiting.
That's not even adding the 6 votes for Utah.
Right.
I can't see any reason why he would pick up the 4 from Idaho. So he's just building on that lead. So now
Montana.
Right. So you're not at 272, 273. You're up in the 280s. And again, as long as he can maintain his leads in Wisconsin and Michigan, and again, I think if he's going to win Michigan, it's going to be able to everything's going to hinge on just how well did he do in Wayne County. And I hate to say that there's nothing else to do with Michigan, but if you are able to pull that type of support of 45% or more, or close to that 50% in Detroit, that's a game changer for the entire state of Michigan.
And when you think about this, let's go back to the 2016 presidential election. He won 306 electoral votes, okay, in the Electoral College. So when we go back and look at this, some of the states that the Democrats thought, he won Virginia in 2016. He won New Mexico, Colorado. He lost New Mexico. He lost Colorado. He lost Nevada. He lost California. I think Nevada's going red this year. I think that's going to turn red. Utah is going to be red again this year. I don't see any way around that. Arizona is going to be an interesting one to watch. When you look at how this map is filling out, we're looking at another 2016. We're looking at, and I said it, and I would love to be proven wrong. I felt like President Trump was probably going to be around 280 Electoral College votes. Yep. And I love the fact that I'm getting ready to be wrong. You know, in 2016, in the state of Michigan, the race was decided by just a few thousand votes. That doesn't look to be the case this year. He looks to have a commanding lead in the state of Michigan. When you look in Iowa, he won very handily. That one's going to be closer. Florida, he's done so much better this year. I really think in Pennsylvania, same thing. It was so close to call. It's shaping up to be an exact replica. I mean, as I look at the map from 2016, it is almost an exact replica of what we saw. And I'm looking county by county. I'm looking where these counties filled in and comparing that. It's almost identical. I don't see a lot of differences. And even in like North Carolina, we were talking about the different states. When you start getting in Union County, he won 64% of the vote or 63% of the vote in 2016. So I don't see any way. As I continue to see these numbers, I really feel confident with a President Trump victory in the election, but it's almost going to be an exact repeat of 2016. And I will have to say that really surprises me. I felt like there was some changes in our country, but it's filling out to be almost identical.
And I think what the Democratic Party is going to have to go back to, and not that I want them to, I don't care if they change it or not, it doesn't affect me. But I think what they're going to have to do is they're really going to have to go back. Race is one thing. We could talk about that all day long. But I think the traditional Uncle Joe, Sleepy Joe approach, and Hillary Clinton did the exact same thing. They take for granted labor unions. And they have for years and generations. And they automatically think, I'm Democrat, labor unions, I deserve their vote. I'm expected their vote. It's an entitlement. And I think you're starting to see a referendum. You definitely saw it in 2016. But if this is a complete repeat of exactly what happened in 2016, you are talking about states like Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan and now Nevada, the exact same thing. And that's a huge chunk of electoral votes that the Democrats are just giving up. And I think that they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board and really pay attention to that and say, okay, look, we can't just expect to automatically get the labor unions vote. And Donald Trump's been very, very instrumental in making sure that they understand that, look, Joe Biden and his policies and those who support him and that in those individuals he surrounds himself with is what has led to us losing our jobs across all spectrums, whether it's United Auto Workers or steel workers or whatever the case may be. And out in Nevada, the exact same thing. But I really think they're going to have to take a look inward, and they're not going to like it. It's going to be ugly. I really think they're going to have to take a look inward and say, all right, we're going to have to revamp how we approach labor unions because we're getting absolutely killed in states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Nevada.
That brings me to a couple of points that you were talking about, Eric. We're constantly seeing this push and this lurch by the left to go even further left and discuss socialism and communism almost to that point. And then when I wrote that article about Kamala Harris tweeting out that communist Marxist video 2 days before the election. So what I found interesting, and when you were talking just a second ago, it reminded me when Mitt Romney thought that he was going to win in 2012. He thought, and that's what took so long for him to come out and concede. He actually thought he saw to where he was going to put Obama as a one term. He really thought he was going to win. And then the Republicans did that introspection and looked and saw exactly where they were deficient. And the biggest issue at that point, from what I recall, was Hispanic and immigrants and minority votes. The black vote was still very much in the Democratic stronghold. But now if you look at this result, and especially as President Trump starts to pull away in Florida, and I also start to look at some of the things that Joe Biden had said as far as the black vote is monolithic, the Hispanic vote is diverse in thought. I think that you'll start to see in Arizona, especially as Florida continues to, as Trump, in my opinion, pulls away in Florida, I think that's going to have an impact in what's happening in Arizona. So some of the things that the Republicans really took a look at and where they were struggled with back in 2012, obviously that we had a different candidate completely from Mitt Romney to Trump, but we're taking a different aspect and really taking what we learned and the beating that they took and how that is helping them out tonight in Florida, especially in Miami-Dade and moving forward.
Let me jump in here. We're going to make a couple more calls here. So we're going to go ahead and call, based on the data we're seeing, we're going to call Utah for President Trump. I'm also going to go ahead and call Ohio for President Trump. Looking at some of the data coming out of Cleveland, when you look at some of the counties up there, I feel very, very confident. Trump is up by 400,000 votes. Cuyahoga County, over 60% reported. President Trump is performing very, very close in some of the other counties, and there's a lot of conservative votes still outstanding. I feel very, very confident with President Trump in Ohio. So we can go ahead and call Utah. I will say that Decision Desk HQ has already called Utah for President Trump as well. So they are agreeing with our decision there, and they have Ohio heavily favored to President Trump at this point. Looking at some of the other ones out there, Fox News, the New York Times have neither one called Utah or Ohio for either candidate. So that we'll go ahead and call those two, continuing to pull those things together. That puts President Trump at 166, Democrats at 129.
And in the meantime, CNN's still just getting out their colored pencils and sharpening them. I wish they needed to just hurry up and get to and show up to the party almost. Have we called Texas for Trump yet?
We haven't called Texas. We also haven't called North Carolina. Some more precincts reporting in North Carolina. There are still 270 roughly precincts in North Carolina. President Trump currently leads by 53,000 votes.
And
I will say Tom Tillis has pulled ahead by about 70,000 votes, which is a great thing there. So Tillis looks like he may hold on in North Carolina.
And Trump is building on his lead in Texas. It was hovering around 300,000. Now he's pushed that up almost 330,000. I would give it 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and you're probably going to see the media probably call that. But
so
Fox News
let's
just called
talk.
Utah as well.
yeah,
So maybe they're watching and taking it off of us. At Fox
think
News,
so.
if you're watching us, we appreciate you trusting us, letting us make these calls for you. I think Texas
They
is
need
probably-
3 new contributors, by the way.
So I think that you got to consider this. So 166 Republican electoral college votes is what we have assigned. Obviously, they've not called Ohio, but I feel very confident there. You assigned the 38 from Texas and the 16 from Georgia. That gives President Trump 54 more electoral college votes. That puts him at 220. He is easily in striking distance here. And so I'm not trying to be a conservative cheerleader. So please don't think that I'm out here saying, waving a Republican banner. This is all about Republicans. There have been some Republican losses that really surprised me tonight. For example, the governor race in North Carolina. But this is really interesting and really shaping up to be a good night for President Trump as this continues to fill in red. There's still a lot of data to come in from Arizona, but it is looking like it could be a challenge. I'm almost to the point ready to call New Mexico. I almost did that as we were looking at it there. New Mexico, Iowa is still too close to call. Minnesota is looking more and more in the favor of Joe Biden, which would also mirror 2016. Wisconsin, Trump is up by about 50,000 votes, still too close to call.
yeah.
I think going back to the whole Dan Forrest thing, I mean, he's definitely a friend of the Liberty Loft. And I think the thing that bothers me so much about the Cooper victory over Forrest is just Forrest is just such a good guy. And I really felt like his vision was so much better for North Carolina and some of the stuff that we had been dealing with the past year, dealing with COVID and Cooper, King Roy shutting things down. It's just I feel bad for Dan Forrest. But that's a blow to me personally. I hate it.
Well, we do hate it for our friends, Dan Forrest, and then we also talked a little bit about Sandy Smith out in the eastern part of the state. They're close friends of ours here in North Carolina. But I will say, I mean, Dan Forrest will be the first one to tell you that he trusts the voters and he trusts God's will for his life. And Dan Forrest is not done doing things for the state of North Carolina. He's not going to go away. He may not run for office again. I don't know. I have no insight there. But Dan Forrest is not done for the state of North Carolina. I do want to jump over to some Senate races. Let's look at here. Tommy Tuberville still performing well, 62% of the votes in. He's up by about 300,000 votes. Out in Arizona, this does not go well for President Trump. 72% reporting. Martha McSally is down about 250,000 votes. That is probably on the verge of getting called for Mark Kelly there. Not surprising. We knew that was going to be a tight race, but I would imagine that one's going to be close. I think David Perdue is going to be a very easy win for Republicans. But we talked a little bit about the special election down in Georgia. Kelly Loeffler is trailing by about 4,000 votes at the moment with 60% reporting. Iowa is the other one, 45% reporting, and Joni Ernst is down by about 110,000 votes there. Susan Collins is maintaining her lead in Maine. John James is pulling away in Michigan. It looks like it's going to be a great night for Republicans in the state of Michigan. So if you're in the state of Michigan and you're watching, good for you. Kudos. You guys have done well up there in the state of Michigan. And then here in North Carolina, Tom Tillis has pulled out 77,000 vote lead, 91% of the precincts reporting. That's great. Montana's one I'm watching as well. Steve Daines is going up against Steve Bullock. And if you remember, Steve Bullock was one of the Democratic candidates for the presidency early on, really gained no traction, 25% reporting. He has a 20,000 vote lead.
He had that in common with Kamala.
Well, yeah, one thing I want to go back to the map and what we're seeing in Arizona. and obviously what we're seeing in New Mexico. We've already seen it in Colorado. And Gavin Newsom's doing such a great job in squandering the life and sucking the life out of the state of California. What happens from here? The migration in the opposite direction. They can't go westward, unfortunately. So now they move east. We've seen that. If Trump does has a good showing in the state of Nevada, do I ever think that Democrats are ever going to stand a snowball's chance in turning Utah? Probably not for the long term. But does that not concern you? Obviously, if that Pacific Northwest starts to move eastward, and obviously it has, they've transplanted themselves into Colorado. Obviously, they're doing it in Arizona. They're doing it in New Mexico. At what point in time does that continue on? And if they get to the point to where they start to infiltrate Texas, which they already have, but they continue that migration eastward, that could spell trouble in the next generation for the Republican Party.
It could. And so go back to one of your points a few minutes ago, Eric. You were talking about Maricopa County out in Arizona. 70% reporting Biden leads by 140,000 votes.
Yep. And that is Phoenix. That is, it's not shocking, but Phoenix is not the Phoenix it used to be when Joe DeParo was over there. When he was sheriff, and you had Tent City and you had your pink underwear and chain gangs. But it is completely changed over the last 10 or 15 years. And that's that push that I'm seeing from Southern California, and they move over. And then that's exactly what we're seeing in the state of Arizona, and that's exactly what we're seeing in New Mexico. And that migration out of the state of California will continue eastward, and that's a concerning thing as we move forward.
It is. So New York Times, to give the update, 93% Trump. Florida, they refuse to call Florida for Trump, even though there's no way he's going to lose Florida. They refuse to call Florida for Trump. They got Ohio +5 for Trump, Georgia +13 for Trump. Again, we're almost to the point we're ready to call a couple more races here. In Michigan +11, Minnesota, Biden is performing very, very well. So I think Pennsylvania is looking very strong for President Trump. Wisconsin's the one that I think is going to be a challenge, but it's definitely again shaping up to be a good night for President Trump.
It is, and Trump's building a little bit on his lead here in the state of North Carolina. Again, we're all just waiting on what's going to happen in Wake County. And here's the thing, 370,000 votes have been cast for Biden in Wake County, with only 46% reporting, and that's where we're going to need, Dare County, Vance County. Granville County with only 6% reporting. But again, you're talking about these red areas that are not densely populated, and with Trump up 65,000 votes, are there enough in these red counties to offset that other 50% that's going to be coming in for Wake County?
Yeah, and so some of the things that to talk about too. We're getting ready to be not far from the top of the hour at 11 o'clock, and I'll just go ahead and tell everyone, we're not planning to go all night here on the live stream and talking about this. While we're still going to be following it closely, we'll still be interacting around and stuff on social media. We know easily Joe Biden is going to win California. Joe Biden is expected to win Washington and Oregon. When you add those counties or those states in, you can add the state of Hawaii for Joe Biden, and you can also add the state of Alaska for President Trump. There's nothing that would indicate he would not win there. That, without these battleground states that we're still waiting on, the ones that we're looking at, and Idaho would be another one for President Trump. You're sitting at a 207 for Joe Biden, 173 for President Trump. So I just want to give everybody some insight as to, with 5 states, with just 5 states in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we could call the election. That's how close we are to knowing who the president will be for the next 4 years. So again, I think it's very, very close. It looks like that the Republicans are very likely to retain control of the Senate. They've picked up some of the key seats. We feel like McSally could be in trouble. That doesn't look good there. We feel like Joni Ernst could be in trouble, but they also are going to pick up the seat in Alabama. They're also going to looks like they could most likely will hold on to Tom Tillis's seat, Susan Collins' seat, and it looks like they'll pick up in Michigan. John James continues to do very, very well there. So I think this is
But
good
on the Senate race, I'm so very happy that it's not been a complete referendum on the Republican Party maintaining control of the Senate. And if it had been, Mitch McConnell would have been unseated. If it had been, Lindsey Graham would have been unseated. And that hasn't been the case. And you are going to have some of those upsets. Joni Ernst, I'm kind of disheartened to hear that. I personally like her. But I'm glad to see that it's not a complete referendum, a complete overhaul. And if that was the case, again, the very first two that would have dropped would have been Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell.
Did they call the race against Ernst?
They have not called that race yet, but it is looking. She is trailing by a good bit there. Some of the other Senate races. I mean, obviously South Carolina. Tommy Tuberville is going to win in Alabama. Tennessee has stayed Republican. Mitch McConnell has stayed Republican. Tom Cotton is easily going to win. Bill Cassidy is easily going to win in Louisiana. John Cornyn is easily going to win in Texas. That's already been called. Jim Inhofe in Oklahoma is going to easily win. These are easily holding on. Mark Kelly, that's the concern out in Arizona. I think Arizona and Iowa are going to give us a good sign. Now that said, Tillis in the state of North Carolina has increased his lead again by a few more thousand votes. So Tillis is up by around 86,000 votes at the moment. So I think that he will be safe as well.
That leaves Arizona. If Kelly wins and beats McSally, that'll have two Democratic senators in Arizona with a Republican governor. But just a quick side note, I was looking at the popular vote totals. Currently, right now, based on 10 minutes ago, President Trump has a 2,433,923 vote ahead in the popular vote. So
that was some good math, man. I like that.
Well, I had my calculator, so
okay. You cheated.
I was punching it all in, yeah. But don't expect me to do those seven-figure numbers in the top of my head. But nevertheless, I think Tuberville is going to win. Like Jared had said, I'm hopeful.
Race has already been called
for Tuberville.
Mm-hmm.
Good deal. Okay, Cornyn definitely. I'm just anxious for them to call Florida. I'm anxious for them to, and I'm also anxious to see if this popular vote is going to hold. Because if the president can come out of tonight really, really close to 270 and he has the popular vote, now at the same time, we also have some, mail-in ballots that still have to be counted. But right now it's looking really good.
So, and again, we went out on a limb, talking about Ohio. We went ahead and called that 88% reporting President Trump up by 400,000 votes, 73% reporting in Texas, President Trump up by 400,000 votes. Georgia, 62%, President Trump up by almost 400,000 votes. Again, Fox News refuses to call Florida. I don't know what they're doing. Michigan, he's still easily ahead. Wisconsin, easily ahead. One that's very close right now with 28% is Montana.
Can I give you an update on Vigo County?
Go for it.
Okay, Seth, before you hopped on, some worthless knowledge for you. Vigo County, Indiana, which is Terre Haute, since 1892, has correctly predicted Democrat and Republican, whoever wins Vigo County wins the presidency. And as of right now, Donald Trump's got 71% of the vote.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I like it.
So it's not worthless knowledge. It benefits Donald Trump, so I'm
right.
game for it. But,
you remember earlier I was talking about how weird North Carolina was and the governor and the presidential thing being flipped and all that stuff. Well, the statistician and the brain behind everything at the Liberty Loft, Anthony, had reached out. and reminded me that Jim Martin was governor of North Carolina between 85 and 93.
Correct.
So that covered obviously Reagan, Bush 41, and part of Clinton.
And then
Maybe a
that's
day
when-
or two.
Right. And then those were the days of the Locke Faircloths and all of that.
Yep.
And that's
Jesse
where
Helms.
Yep, Jesse Helms, and they were strong Republicans, and you didn't dare run against them during those times, because if you did, you got 28% of the vote, and you called it a day.
Yep.
And
And that
Let's
was
give a-
successful.
We'll give a little update here on North Carolina. 96% precincts reporting. Donald Trump is up by 70,000 votes. Tom Tillis is up by about 80,000 votes.
And again, Wake County, I want to continue to see that creep up. We're at 67% in Wake County. If Donald Trump maintains 60,000 votes, I will feel very, very comfortable in that, with Wake County being out of the way. Because I really just don't think that there's 60,000 or 70,000 votes mail-in the state of North Carolina yet to be counted. I could be wrong. I don't want to eat those words, but I'm cautiously optimistic that there's not over 50,000 mail-in ballots in the state of North Carolina yet to be counted. So.
Yeah, Fox News was interviewing a gentleman, I think earlier today, or it might have been yesterday, from the State Board of Elections, talking about how North Carolina, he was really confident we were going to have a winner declared for everything based on all the efforts that they had for mail-in ballots and early voting, as well as same-day voting, as far as election day voting. So I think you're right. I think we're pretty confident what we see tonight is what we're going to get with North Carolina. I just hope we're able to retain that seat. Plus, that's a seat for Tillis on the Senate Judiciary Committee. If there's another vacancy to open up within the next 4 years, that would be great to have as well.
So Eric, talking about what you were sharing a little bit. So we kept talking about Union County. 92% reported in Union County, hands down for Trump. Some of the others that will wash out some of that Wake County vote: McDowell County, 82% in, very much Trump country. Surrey County, North Carolina, very much Trump country. Trump is actually performing well in Forsyth County, which is a surprise, a welcome surprise. Granville County, 6% in, but that is Trump country. Duplin County and Onslow County both have yet to report all of their information, and Dare County. So while Wake County still has, roughly 67% in, so 30% left, it should not be an issue there to wash out a lot of those votes. So we're probably very close to a call in North Carolina.
And one thing I'm really loving right now is Joe Biden said that there's no way a guy from Scranton can lose the state of Pennsylvania. Well, not only does it look like he's going to lose the state of Pennsylvania, but he is getting killed in his home county of Lackawanna County. It is almost 60% to Trump, which is awesome for me. So I think that would be an extra stab if everything goes the way that we hope and the way it's kind of leaning towards. Not only does he lose his home state, but the homeboy from Scranton actually loses his home county.
That's a referendum on so many levels.
It is. It is.
So we can go ahead. I know we're getting really, really close to the next drop of election results. So you've got the polls closed in Nevada. Those results are starting to come in. Idaho, Oregon, Washington, California, they all close at this hour. Hawaii and Alaska, again, we know they're going to split Republican, Democrat. We're not going to be here at midnight talking about Hawaii and Alaska votes. So I don't see anything there. 73% reporting in Texas. Trump continues to maintain a 400,000 vote lead. Fox News continues to refuse to report Florida as a win for President Trump. But just remember, the Liberty Loft did go ahead and call that for you to share that was going to happen. We're also seeing President Trump continue to hold well in Georgia. Some of those Democrat holding points, Cobb County is 50% reported. Fulton County is up 50%. Gwinnett and DeKalb County are both creeping up. There's still some red to fill into that map, and most of the other blue strongholds in the state of Florida have already filled in. I feel pretty confident in Florida. I think we'll be able to make a call here in the next 15, 20 minutes in Florida. I really feel confident in North Carolina as we continue to see the data come in. President Trump is picking up there. And I also feel very, very confident in Pennsylvania. So we've already called Ohio. We've already called Florida. You'll see Fox News call that when they finally turn back into our live feed and see what we're doing here. They've been following us all night. 97.5% in North Carolina now. There are 67 precincts left to report. President Trump. Sorry, we're getting a little bit of audio feedback there.
And we are, and this is what I like to see. We're at 90% in Wake County. That is where we need it to be. And in fact, Donald Trump's actually picked up quite a few votes there in Wake County, surprisingly enough, to offset a lot of that difference there in Wake County. Obviously, he's not going to pick up more than Joe Biden, but he's holding his own. As long as he can do a 40% to Joe Biden's pickup of 60%, we're in good shape there. So once Wake County goes ahead and reports 100%, and the rest of these counties go ahead and fill in, Surrey County, which will obviously be for Donald Trump, Union County, McDowell County, we're still waiting on all those results as well. Then I'm going to feel really good about North Carolina. Go ahead and finishing that one out.
So also to update, Madison Cawthorn up by 50,000 votes. Dan Bishop has pulled ahead by 50,000 votes.
I was kind of worried about Dan Bishop.
I was too. That was another race that I was really watching very, very closely. So we know they've done well. Tom Tillis has pulled ahead by almost 100,000 votes, and I think that's a race. I'll be the first one to tell you. 8 weeks ago, I didn't see any way Tom Tillis won re-election. Cal Cunningham was nailing Tom Tillis. This scandal that came out was a gift for Tillis. And Tillis has not been the most popular senator in the state of North Carolina. Super nice guy. Spent a lot of time talking to him on Sunday at the Trump rally here in Hickory. I think a lot of Tom Tillis. I think he's a great guy. I'm just talking about the general perception across the state. So it is nice to see that that's happening. With 97.
Isn't it a shame? Isn't it a shame that it takes a sexting schedule or a sexting scandal to dismantle someone like Cal Cunningham, and
even then he kind of held on.
He did, and in fact, if you believed any of the left wing polls that were coming out, he was getting a 3 and 4 point bump right after that. But this should be a clear cut illustration of the dangers of early voting and what that can do. Pandemic or no pandemic.
Let's jump into some quick results. We hit the top of the hour while we were talking there. So we're going to go ahead and call Washington, Oregon, California all for the Democrats.
Trump?
We're going to go ahead and call those all for the Democrats.
It's not 1988, man.
So we are also going to call Idaho for Donald Trump, and I'm also going to go ahead and call Montana for President Trump. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the map back up so everyone can see what we're talking about, what we're looking at here. You can see here is our map, thanks to 270 to win, allowing us the access, or anyone the access to create their own map. There's still 165 electoral votes out there. Joe Biden easily is going to win over 200, but there is a clear path for President Trump here. Again, I go back to what I said here. You turn the ones that we're talking about red, that it looks like he wins. He's won re-election with those 5 states. So it is just clearly a matter of time till we're able to do more. Again, a lot of people are not wanting to call Ohio. I see that clear cut. They're not wanting to call Florida. Again, I see that clear cut. I don't see any issues. Here's the Fox News map currently. You can look. They have it 207 to 119. I can see Arizona. I can see New Mexico both going to Biden. I'm not really worried there. Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, all of those are needed by President Trump, and it does look like he's going to do very, very well there in those states. So a lot more to come.
And we talked about this as well. We knew that in order for Donald Trump to win, he had to do well in the Rust Belt, in the Sun Belt, and he's doing exactly that. And the added bonus is his great performance. Again, I hate to keep beating a dead horse, but he is doing extremely well. It's showing in the data. He's doing extremely well in labor union country. And that is a huge bonus, particularly going against somebody like Joe Biden, who just thought that he was going to be gifted the union votes. I cannot wait to see if that crosses over to Nevada. I think that'll be a great referendum on the Democratic expectation that they're just automatically owed the union vote.
Yeah. And so looking through some of the Senate races, we've been trying to share some of those. Currently, I'm showing a 43-42 with the decision desk as it stands. They're showing 43 for the Republicans, 42 for the Democrats. Flipping over to Fox News, they're showing 44 to the Democrats and 40 to the Republicans. So there is some discrepancy in some of those with various ones. I do also want to just point out, I don't see any way the Republicans don't retain at least the 51 vote majority based on what we're seeing, especially if Tillis pulls it out, Susan Collins pulls it out, as it does look. Those races have not been called, but they are leaning heavily to the Republicans. So I feel very confident that the Republicans will hold on in those states and hold on to their majority. But that doesn't mean that anything is given at this point. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, still a lot of things there. I also want to flip back over. We're trying to give you as much information as we can.
Jared, I'm sorry. Fox News just called Florida.
They finally called.
Sorry, bud.
They finally called up with us. So glad to see that they
probably
finally
kicked Chris Wallace off the computer.
Yeah, finally got him off of some of his liberal websites. Looking through what the New York Times is calling, they have all but called Florida and North Carolina for President Trump. They're pretty heavy on Trump in Ohio and in Georgia. Arizona, they're leaning to Biden. Minnesota to Biden. But it does look like President Trump is just going to walk away with many of these states that we said at the beginning of the night he had to win.
Yeah, and again, with North Carolina, once we make that call, he continues to do well. I cannot see how he doesn't continue both in Wisconsin and Michigan. He picks those two up. He takes over Pennsylvania. It's game over.
Yeah, and so I'm pulling up some of Pennsylvania right now, just looking at a little bit. Currently,
City areas that concern you at all?
Well, currently President Trump is up on the official count by 18 points, and I think that's a huge thing for President Trump. 57.97 to 40.76. He's showing on their official count having 1.5 million votes to Joe Biden's 1 million votes. So they're adding.
Times is really close on that data too.
I'm sorry.
New York Times is really close on that same data as well.
Yeah. So when you look at some of those things coming back, and they're still saying that only 40 or so percentage points have reported in Pennsylvania. If you dive into the state again, we talk about the counties. There's a lot of red filled in across the northern part of Pennsylvania and the south central part around Philadelphia, where we would expect Biden to do well. It's roughly 30 to 40% reporting. I'm a little concerned that Pennsylvania is holding out as long as they are in that. It does look like they're getting ready to call the race in Ohio with 90% reporting. We're just waiting on those last few counties in the northeastern part of the state. They're all over 80% now. So, and around that, you're looking at Cuyahoga and Summit County are strong Biden points. But when you get back into Wayne County and Stark County and Holmes County, all of them strong Republicans. So I don't see any changes coming there. So again, we have ours sitting at 203 for the Democrats, 170 to the Republicans in the Electoral College vote. There's still some very close races we want to call. We really want to call this North Carolina race. We know we're after 11 o'clock. We really feel like we're very, very close in North Carolina. Some are trying to say that they will not call North Carolina tonight. They're saying that they don't want to do that. But they also tried to say they weren't going to call Florida tonight. We were able to call Florida probably about an hour ago at this point. We called Florida, and some of our mainstream media partners are finally catching up with that. North Carolina has surpassed Florida in the voting reports. So Florida is still sitting at 94%, North Carolina at 95%, with Donald Trump leading by about 73,000 votes.
I think once I'll feel a little bit better about Pennsylvania. Looking at Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, there's only 17% reported in there, as well as Philadelphia. I think once those creep up a little bit, I'll feel a little bit better about where we stand in Pennsylvania. But just wanted to make mention of that the two biggest locations where Joe Biden is going to obviously tally up some votes, but they're very low in their reporting so far.
One interesting thing. I'm sorry, Jerry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Seth.
Well, I don't let this go to your head, but George Stephanopoulos echoed what you were saying earlier as far as this election is looking a lot like 2016. You can think about George Stephanopoulos what you will, but one thing as far as the data, we're talking about the Hispanic turnout from 2016 to 2020. Majority Hispanic is plus 12, and then the Cuban neighborhoods is plus 14 from where we were 2016 to where we are now. So it's huge as far as the biggest outcome in Florida. I'm hopeful that it'll be consistent and might change the tide in Arizona, but we'll see.
So I will say I think so. We got one more data drop from the state of Texas. We're at 85%. 35% of their polling locations are reporting. It says 85% of the counties. There's some larger precincts that have yet to report around Houston and such, but the majority of them have already reported. They will be updating again in 4 minutes, depending on what that update is and how that looks. We may be able to make a call in Texas. I think I don't see any way that's not a President Trump territory, and that he takes Texas. So in just a couple of minutes, we'll probably be able to make a call in Texas. And then I think that you're looking at a clear decision going back into Georgia, North Carolina, some of those.
Yeah, I want to throw up exactly what MSNBC. I just wanted to flip over. And the race may come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and North Carolina. Well, if they're hinging on those 5 states and President Trump is crushing in 4 out of those 5 states, that's a telltale sign.
Yeah, and if you look at the map of Georgia, we're looking a little closely there. Trump's up by 325,000 votes. Blue all around Atlanta, blue around Augusta, Savannah, Macon, just like we would expect. It's everything else is for President Trump. So nothing surprising there at all. I'm looking at what some of our other colleagues in mainstream media have down there. They have Loeffler struggling, but Purdue is holding on. President Trump is doing very, very well. So still more to come in Georgia. I just saw some new data for Texas. So I'm going to go ahead and call Texas for President Trump. I feel very confident with that. So that will put President Trump at 208 electoral college votes, Democrats at 203. Fox News, George Stephanopoulos, wherever you're at listening, you can go ahead and call Texas for Trump. And you can follow our lead. I also see that the decision desk has also marked Texas for Trump. So we're not alone in that decision. They have not called Ohio like we have, but I feel very confident in what I'm seeing in Ohio. And they're also looking very good good up in Michigan for President Trump. So lots of good things.
Yeah, listen to the Liberty Loft. We are wise and we are good.
So again, looking back through Decision Desk, as JD Rucker stated earlier, it's one of the Twitter approved race calling features. So Florida, South Carolina, they've called both for President Trump. Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri. I mean, it's filling in red, but it does look like that Joe Biden is leading very strongly in Arizona. It does look like he's doing very well in New Mexico, and we have already called Colorado for him. So it's very likely we will see a call in Arizona very soon. And that does look like it will go for Joe Biden with 75% reporting. Now, the one thing that we do look at is we were talking a little bit about Maricopa County. They still have not fully reported. We're still seeing a good percentage outstanding there, and some of the outlying red locations are still outstanding. So not saying Arizona is done by any stretch of the means, but again, it does look good for Joe Biden at the moment.
Iowa, I don't know why they haven't really called that yet. Let's see what counties that they're still waiting on. Yeah.
Have y'all looked at the data for Virginia lately?
Yeah, Virginia is going to be solid for Joe Biden.
It seems.
I really do think. It's still not filled in up in that northeastern section completely. Prince William County as fully reported. Fairfax County has not fully reported. Some of those have not, and some of the other strong ones. It does look good though that President Trump is only down by just a few. Just a 50, 60,000, or he's ahead by 50 or 60,000 votes with some still left to report. That does bode well for him, though. That's a good showing.
My thought would be that they would uncall it and put it back in a toss-up, considering.
Well,
but it's just me.
No, that's okay. CNN has not called
anything.
Virginia. No. And looking at the data, Jared, I mean, when you've got Loudoun County and you've got Prince William County, and all of those have reported 100%, but yet you've still got some Trump country that is yet to fill in. It could make it interesting. I'm not saying that Trump's going to come back and take over in any way, shape, or form, but look at Virginia Beach. That is strong military. Only 35% of the vote in on that. That may be a county that they're waiting on as well before they make that decision. But Trump, he's up 60% of the vote, and if only 35%'s in, and Trump's got Biden by 20,000 votes, that could make it very, very interesting.
I think the key is going to be around Richmond and Henrico County. If you look at some of that, is that fully reported?
It's 98% Henrico.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that what they're looking at there, you've got to look at some of that. It's going to be looking back at 2016. There are several little counties that have yet to fully report that we would expect to see a good pickup for Joe Biden. Again, I would love to be nothing but wrong on Virginia. I would love to be wrong on Virginia. But I will, based on what I'm seeing, I would still pretty strongly go with what I'm seeing from most of the other outlets.
Fox News has just called that Dr. Bill Cassidy in Louisiana is going to hold his Senate seat. That was a landslide. And then Tommy Tuberville, my goodness.
He just killed it. Yeah.
Just took Doug Jones behind the woodshed.
And it's really not surprising. I mean, that's exactly what should have happened.
Right.
So I know this has got to be killing the New York Times. I'm sitting here looking at their map. They've got 209 for Joe Biden. They refuse to call Florida, Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Michigan. I mean, they refuse to call any of these things as you look at it. And, when you add Florida and some of these others that we've looked at, easily pushes President Trump and Joe Biden into a very close matchup. I'm going to pull up our map again for you to see kind of what we're predicting as it stands right now based on what we're seeing. This is our map. We've went ahead and called Texas for President Trump. I don't see any path forward for Joe Biden there. And the other difference is that we have called Ohio for President Trump based on the data that's coming back. That does look like that is going to hold. Again, most of the Democratic strongholds in Ohio have already reported.
I think
Yep.
you're probably a half hour out of being really able to call Wisconsin. I'm just going over and looking. There's a couple counties, like La Crosse County, for example. It's not very densely populated. So Joe Biden, even though they're only reporting 23%, there's not a whole lot of votes he's going to be able to pick up there. And even Winnebago, for example, not a whole lot of votes. Marquette County, the exact same thing, 83%. Iowa County. So the ones that Joe Biden is winning, unfortunate for him, are the less densely populated areas of Wisconsin. And it's only going to benefit and exceed in Donald Trump's lead there. So I would imagine in the next half hour or so, somebody's going to go ahead and make that pitch that Wisconsin's going to go to Donald Trump. There's just not enough room where he can make up 400,000 votes.
Have you all looked at the Senate race in Virginia? I don't mean to keep going back to Virginia. I just don't understand how they're calling this right now. Mark Warner is being projected as the winner with 49.9% of the vote. Daniel Gade, the Republican challenger, with 50.1, about 7,000 votes in between, I guess. I mean, I know that's close, but they're marking Warner as the winner. Virginia is just perplexing me right now. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but I don't see that.
So some of the others looking at it as the data comes out, I don't think Fox News has updated theirs very, very closely, but Joe Biden is pulled within about 80,000 votes there. And then, as you start looking, some of the others goes back to exit polls and some of the guessing, so to speak. But I think that's going to continue to tighten. Again, 90,000 votes is what it's pulled to now in that race. So it's going to continue to tighten. President Trump is pulled up by almost 500,000 votes in the state of Texas. I really would expect them to call that on Fox News very, very soon. I don't see how they do not call that for President Trump. And in the state of Georgia, I'm pulling it up right here. He's up by about 320,000 votes in the state of Georgia. North Carolina is still hovering right around the 75,000 vote mark. I was trying to find in the State Board of Elections back in 2016, if we look at the federal, I was trying to see if it would tell me in North Carolina how many absentee ballots were cast. And I don't see that information. One thing I think that is interesting to talk about here for North Carolina, in 2016, when President Trump won the state by 180,000 votes, only 4.7 million votes were cast in the state of North Carolina. Currently, if you look at the current situation in North Carolina, 5.4 million, so almost 700,000 more people voted in North Carolina this time. 99.25% of precincts. There's 20 precincts left in North Carolina with President Trump up by about 70,000. So the margin is going to be closer, it looks like, than it was in 2016, but he will still win in North Carolina if he continues at this rate.
Can I give some good news?
Yes.
Wake County is 100%. So
Nice.
We do not have to worry about Wake County. Forsyth County, Winston-Salem, that's a huge Biden territory. They're also 100%. You've got 75% of the votes in for Guilford County. So all bets are hinging on Guilford County. There's not enough really to make that up. And Trump is still collecting votes in Union County. He's still collecting votes in Surrey County. He's still collecting votes in McDowell County, and he's still going to collect votes in Dare County. So if the Democrats are hinging on the fact that Greensboro and Guilford County is going to be able to push them over, that's not going to happen.
Oh,
No, I think that's a good sign for President Trump.
Fox
I wanna
News
go-
just called Arizona for Biden.
I want to go to Michigan if you've got a second. Wayne County, yet again, Donald Trump is holding strong. He's almost again at 43% there. Again, he is up a considerable amount there in Michigan. We're looking at 270,000 votes, somewhere in that neighborhood. But if they're hinging on Detroit, and he is holding his own, they're at 43%. If they're hinging and placing their bets there just in Wayne County and Detroit, he's doing exceptionally well everywhere else in the state. And then as far as the other counties, if he hangs in there at close to 40% in the other ones, Michigan is also going to go to Donald Trump.
So I feel very confident with Arizona, and I also feel confident with New Mexico, both going to Joe Biden. We can add 16 more votes over for Biden.
Here's some interesting data. Donald Trump just took the lead in Iowa.
That is interesting. That would definitely help offset the New Mexico situation. If he can do that in Nevada, it would help on both. I currently have Biden at 223, President Trump at 208. It really does come down to these battleground states. And that's the thing. President Trump, for him to win, he has to win Georgia, he has to win North Carolina, and he has to win a combination of several other states. It would be a win of Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nevada would put him very close. Pennsylvania easily puts him over the top. It's going to be very, very close.
What I do like in looking at Iowa is Johnson County, for example, is 100% in. The counties that are yet to fully report, Donald Trump is getting 45% or more of the vote. If Joe Biden is barely squeaking by with 50% of the vote, and those are the counties still yet, and all the rest of the counties that are showing 0% that are going to go to Donald Trump, Iowa very well could go to Donald Trump as well.
So we have a question that came in from Andy, and I'll put the question here on the screen, asking, do we feel like there's any scenario of possibly a 269-269 tie? No, I don't see that. The way the states are lining up at this point, there doesn't appear to be any path where that would be the case. Based on what we're seeing right now, Biden is going to probably win Minnesota. We know Biden is going to win Hawaii. Trump will win Alaska. If you play that out, there's really no scenario with the large number of electoral college votes in these other states that would be even a remote possibility. If we were sitting here at 250, and we're talking Iowa, Nevada, and Alaska or Hawaii being, that we might be talking a different story. With Biden picking off Arizona, that definitely put I think an end to that consideration.
The only way you could get close is if Joe Biden somehow is able to pull off a win in Michigan as well as in Iowa. And then there's some splitting of the hairs there in Nebraska and in Maine. You could get to that 269, but that is really about the only mathematical situation where that could take place. I do not see how Joe Biden does a 180 and takes over on Michigan, but mathematically that is about the only way that you could see a 269. And again, you would have to have that split there both in Nebraska and in Maine.
Yeah, man. And to go back and talk about this, we've made some extra calls out, looking at this. The polls haven't closed in Alaska. They haven't closed in Hawaii, but we talk about we're not going to sit here all night. We're coming up at 11:30, and we're planning to end the show in the next few minutes. So as you're looking at this, if you give the states to each one as it stands now, we know Biden's going to take Hawaii. We know that Trump's going to take Alaska. We're sitting at 227 for Biden, 211 for Trump. There's 100 electoral college votes still outstanding. Based on that, and based on the numbers that we are currently seeing, and I'm talking, kind of across the board, 99.62% in North Carolina have reported. Trump still is up by 75,000 votes. I am perfectly comfortable saying that I really do feel like we're going to say that President Trump has won North Carolina within the half hour. I think that you're also going to see others pick up finally on Ohio. Pennsylvania is the one that is still concerning me. He's up by 500,000 votes with half the vote in. So, long story short, Trump is going to win Georgia. I mean, obviously there's still some numbers to come out of Atlanta. I feel comfortable Trump's going to win Georgia. That puts us at a 227 to 227 split. So we're looking at someone needs 43 electoral college votes. If Trump wins North Carolina and he wins Michigan, he has his work cut out for him still. He's got to pull off Nevada. He may pull off Iowa, but he can still fall one short or two short of what he needs. So he has to win not only Georgia, but North Carolina, and I think Pennsylvania, along with a Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa. Without those, I don't see a path for Trump to victory. And I'm not saying that I think Trump's going to lose.
Is Union County 100% in? Precincts?
There now.
Yeah.
No, they're at 92%.
And Wake
So
County, they're done.
Outstanding votes are McDowell, Guilford, and Union County. Union County's at 92, McDowell's 94, Guilford's 96. Again, North Carolina.
Yeah, there is not that many votes in Guilford County to make up that difference.
Yep.
And you're looking at 70,000 votes, and with 4%, I mean, Joe Biden only got 170,000 votes in Guilford County, and with 4% remaining, there's not enough votes in Guilford County to give him 70,000.
So I feel very comfortable we can go ahead and give North Carolina to President Trump.
And
Based
it will
on
be
that
interesting to find out how many absentee ballots and mail-in ballots they still have left.
That should include the majority of them. I know there's a few left, but that should include the majority of them. Yeah. The other thing is, one has to think on that when you're thinking in North Carolina. You're looking at President Trump's lead is roughly 70,000 votes. I wouldn't imagine they're going to find 70,000. So I would imagine it's going to be between 70 and 100,000. I don't see 100,000 votes for him, for Joe Biden, that is, in that scenario.
No.
And logic would indicate
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
Well, logic would indicate any absentee ballots that might be coming in North Carolina are probably coming from military, which is probably going to favor Trump anyway. Just a thought.
I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't argue that point. So I will point out again. So we talk about our friends at the New York Times. They've still yet to call Ohio. They've still yet to call Florida. They've still yet to call Texas. Decision Desk headquarters has called Ohio. They have called Florida. They're very close to calling Texas. They've called New Mexico. They have not called Arizona. But based on what I'm seeing, I would go along with Fox News and confirming in Arizona. I don't see any issues there with the reporting.
So I've got an interesting thing going back to Florida, or I'm sorry, to Virginia. Donald Trump just took the lead in Virginia, and all of the counties that are important for Democrats are 100% reported.
I don't understand how it's still called, especially that Senate race as well.
And he is up a lot. And when I say a lot, he is up 90,000 votes. That is very, very interesting. If you start looking at the state of Virginia, again, you're talking about huge favored Trump counties. It's very, very interesting.
I will also point out that the popular vote, as we're sitting here talking about it, the popular vote, California has easily swung that back over to Joe Biden. He's only down by about 175,000 votes. So he will easily win the popular vote again this year.
Well, that's what happens when you get a fifth of the prize in electoral votes in one state. You know,
Fox News has called John Cornyn's race in Texas for Cornyn, and they have also called New Mexico for Biden.
Yeah, and I have that marked on ours as we were talking about that just a couple of moments ago. I definitely agree with those calls. Glad that they're still paying attention. That's good. So I'm looking to see if I see any data coming out of Nevada. I haven't seen any information there yet.
I haven't either. So, I'm over here scratching my head. Every single county in the state of Virginia.
An update.
That is in favor of Biden.
An update in Nevada. So judge ruled to keep the polling locations open for 1 additional hour. So that will not come out until after midnight. 6 electoral college votes. I don't think that sways the election any. Again, we have on ours, we have President Trump sitting at 211 with Florida, Texas. I think it all goes back to North Carolina, Georgia, and the Rust Belt states. You know, at 211, if he wins North Carolina and Georgia, that's 31 votes. He's sitting at 242 and needs 28. Pennsylvania and Michigan put him over the top. If he still needs 28, Wisconsin would give him a good chunk of that. He has to win, in my opinion, he has to win Georgia, North Carolina, and either Pennsylvania or Michigan. Any loss of any of those three, and I don't think he has a chance.
Okay, so the last county of any importance whatsoever for Joe Biden in the state of Virginia is Fairfax County, and they're at 99%. And Donald Trump is up 50,000 votes. And every single county still remaining is in favor of Donald Trump. I do not understand how they could have called that for Biden as well as the Senate race.
Agreed.
Doesn't make any sense because there's not enough votes in Fairfax County to make up the difference. And as soon as I said that, there's not enough votes for that. And in fact, Donald Trump did actually very, very well in Fairfax County. He got 45% of the vote. And that's a game changer for Trump if somehow he is able to flip back the state of Virginia, because there's not enough votes after Fairfax closes out for him to lose.
Not disagreeing in that.
And that is very, very interesting data how they got that. But that is it. I mean,
so I see that they've got the Senate sitting at 43 to 43 on one site, 45 for Democrats, 44 for Republicans on another. So again, I go back to what I said. I've predicted the entire time that Republicans would win 51 seats in the Senate. It looks like that is very much a potential. And that is important. You know, as much as I'm sitting here and I'm talking about all these things, we really need them to win that 51 majority in the Senate. And I go back, North Carolina, President Trump's still up 70,000 votes. Still looking at some of the data, but I do not see. Actually, it's 76,000 at the moment. I don't see any way that doesn't swing to President Trump at some point. Georgia, 71% are reporting. A lot of the blue counties have filled in. Gwinnett County has 60% reporting. Some of the others that were surrounding, Fulton County, 60%, Cobb County, 80%. President Trump is actually doing pretty well in Cobb County. But in Fulton and DeKalb and Gwinnett, Biden is doing a lot better. Still a lot of red to fill into that map in Georgia. I would imagine that we're very, very close to a call in Georgia based on the next drop of data.
And going back to Iowa,
I was thinking the same thing.
yeah, Joe Biden is almost out of luck. We are waiting for just a handful of counties to finish reporting, and all the rest of them are going to be red. And he has got a pretty surmountable lead there, given the population that's still left to have their ballots counted. That would be a nice surprise to pick up those 6. And again, if those 6 go, that offsets whatever happens there in Nevada. And again, I would be very interested in finding out what this mess is in Fairfax County just closed in the state of Virginia. And you are looking at it, and Donald Trump is up 60,000 votes. Nope. No, that is not the case. So they just switched that. Joe Biden did take a huge 200,000 vote lead there in Virginia with Fairfax closing out.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
There you have it. So I think we're looking at the last little bit in North Carolina. So I know we've talked and we've been here live for 4 hours. Thanks for everyone that has joined us for this election night coverage. So to wrap out, I want to kind of plug in a little bit. I want to bring up the map one more time. I want to show you kind of what we are looking at in this scenario, and I think that we probably will not know the president of the United States for the next 4 years until probably the wee early hours of the morning. But I want to go ahead and plug in a couple things here just to show everyone. I have turned Alaska red. That will be Republican. I have turned Hawaii blue. That will be Democratic. So you're seeing Joe Biden at 227, Republicans at 211. I'm going to give you my best guess at where these things go. This Minnesota will go to Joe Biden. I feel very confident in that, and I feel like that Georgia will go to President Trump. I also feel like that Pennsylvania will go to President Trump. And based on what I'm seeing in the data, I'm almost at the point ready to call Michigan. I do believe that also will go to President Trump. I still believe it's too early to call in Iowa. I think that those 6 will stay outstanding. I also think that it's most likely that Nevada will end up going to President Trump. Now, it didn't in 2016. It did go blue, so we'll throw that one blue just for the safety of that. So you see really where this race is shaping up when you're looking at the numbers and the details. When you look at the data and you're looking at the race, this is coming down to really 2 states. If you want my opinion on this, and I encourage anyone to disagree that's here talking, Eric and Seth, or anyone if you want to chat. I think this comes down to North Carolina and Wisconsin, or even a Pennsylvania, Iowa situation. That's the way it's shaping up, and I don't see any way for President Trump without winning those states to be able to pull it out.
Just as an update, Guilford County has just finished reporting in the state of North Carolina. The 2 remaining counties will be McDowell County and Union County. If you want to take a look at the lead with Guilford County reporting, Donald Trump is got a very nice lead there in the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, so I think that you're looking, and he's up by 300,000 votes in Michigan. He's up by less than 100,000 in Wisconsin. So let's just take best guess there. Let's turn it this way. This is very close. This is very close to what I predicted the entire time. I predicted that it would be a very, very close race. That could very well be the last map right there. And it's very interesting to look at, to see how it's shaped up, to see kind of what it's, it's an interesting makeup of the country. Typically, we don't see it divided in this format, but it does show that there's a clear difference in opinion across the board with things. So, final predictions, Seth, what's your thought?
I'm not sure. I think the whole Fairfax thing took the wind out of my sails. I was a little bothered by that. I still need to look at the Senate race and when everything's tabulated. I think that they should go ahead and call North Carolina for Trump. Michigan looks like it's pretty solid toward President Trump as well. And I think PA, Pennsylvania is. I'm not entirely sure there, namely because of they're going to be counting ballots and checking those out until Friday, if I'm not mistaken. But I think the path for Biden is obviously does not have nearly the resistance as it does for Trump. But I think he stands in a good situation right now with Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio, and did I say Georgia already?
Yeah.
And I think Iowa would also play well, even if Biden takes Minnesota. I think with those 3 or 4 states, I think it's going to put him over the 270.
So what do you think, Eric?
I'm only going to disagree with your map on one thing, and that's going to be the state of Iowa. Iowa is going to be the next one to be called. There's no way for Donald Trump to lose. Looking at the map, the counties in which have still yet to report are very minuscule in any way, shape, or form. But if they turn, and they will all turn red. And given the fact right now that Donald Trump is up 50,000 votes, I don't see how Biden can make up that difference on the counties in which have still yet to report. But they're almost done reporting, and there's statewide 85% of the vote that's in. I do see that he picks up those 6. And I had said it, weeks ago as well. I thought North Carolina was going to be a factor in this race, and it's shaping up to do that. I am glad to see that if that is the case, at least it's going to fall in our favor. I was kind of worried there for the beginning, but I really think that once you flip that over, it gets him over to the 270. The only thing that concerns me in the state of Pennsylvania is Philadelphia. That's it. And that is a huge, huge area. A lot of corruption in there. We all know that. It was back that way in 2016 as well. But just looking at Philadelphia County, less than or right at 40% being brought in, and Biden is up 75% in that county with near 250,000 votes. That is a lot. Donald Trump is up about 500,000 votes, but it's very easy for Joe Biden to be able to make that up, particularly in the county like Philadelphia County, and they're allowing them to count those votes until Friday.
Quick question, Jared.
Will win that.
Yep.
Do we have Ohio down for President Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Fox News just called that as well. And I think going back since 1972 that Ohio has has basically been the decider in the presidential election since 72, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So that's bode well as far as history is concerned.
And no Republican has won the White House without Florida. So if you believe in tradition, it is good. And if you buy into the Vigo County is still going strong, 1872 or 1892.
Well, so we've shared a lot of information, and I know it's getting late in the evening. I think it's very, very clear we are not going to know the president of the United States tonight, the victor in the election. I think you're looking at the best wee hours of the morning. It's obviously going to depend on what North Carolina does. If Michigan calls their race, that will also be a key indicator. If Michigan and North Carolina both call for Trump, that's great. I think that bodes very well. We may know by tomorrow who our president is. If not, It'll obviously be a couple of days till we know more about Pennsylvania. But obviously, getting late in the evening, guys, I want to wrap up the show. We know we're not going to have a definite outcome. We will be back with the Liberty Loft tomorrow. You'll see some articles and things coming up as we get into the evening. Seth is our night owl. He usually is up in the evening, so you never know. He may have something in the morning, but we'll have an
I'm running
article.
on 2 hours of sleep.
There will not be a Jared Dyson Show podcast in the morning. So if anyone's watching that usually listens to that with the election special, we will not have that podcast tomorrow. But we will be back with our normal articles and coverage. And depending on what happens, you never know. We may come back with another live show. Thanks, everyone, for joining and watching. We certainly appreciate you joining us. And we will talk to you all soon. Thanks again.